Okay, we're live.
Please rise as you are able. I now call this meeting of City Council to order.
We acknowledge this meeting is taking place on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. We're dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. You may be seated. Welcome, as always, everyone, to our virtual City Council meeting. I want to remind everybody that in accordance with the physical distancing provisions to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, City Council is continuing to practice physical distancing with members of council, executive management, and the city clerk participating via video conference tonight, as are many of our guests. Members of the senior leadership team that have items on tonight's agenda are not visible, but they are available to answer any questions councillors may have as we move through our agenda. First business item on the agenda tonight is confirmation of the minutes. The minutes of the City Council meeting held March 22nd, 2021 have been circulated. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, the minutes are adopted as printed and circulated. We have no awards and recognition or report from officers tonight, which brings us to the deputations on committee reports. We have, at the moment, 25 deputation requests and one emergency deputation request for tonight's meeting. The emergency deputation request is from Tim Tremaine related to motion 21G 075 concerning waterfront access and beaches, summary of COVID impacts and growth-related impacts. As that deputation request was received after the printing of the agenda, a vote in favor by the majority of council is required for the emergency deputation to be heard. I'll call the question. Those in favor of hearing the deputation? Any opposed? None? That carries. Thank you. Councillor Morales?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I was wondering if you would consider making a change to our typical procedure bylaws. What I mean by that is considering the large volume of people who took the time to register to do a deputation. And also, I don't know where the discussion is going to go, but I have a feeling that there might be amendments and changes that are going to be made out of consideration for everybody's time, including the deputant specifically. Would it be appropriate if basically council could, or even Councillor McCann and Councillor Jim Harris could talk about the issue, communicate their intent, and then we could go to deputation? I know obviously that the deputations usually go before the decision making, but I was wondering if basically whatever the deputants feel and that they're going to say is already going to be done, it would be a respect out of everybody's time, and that way those that still want to speak afterwards could still achieve that. Is there something we could do?
Well, thanks, Councillor Morales. I had already spoken with Councillor McCann about this, and the thought was that he would have the opportunity after the first deputation request to at least notify both the deputants and councillors tonight of what he intends to move later. I can't debate the item during deputations, nor should we do that, but in the interests of the other 23 deputants, the next 23, knowing what at least will be introduced, and perhaps that will shorten what would otherwise be 2 to 3 hours of deputations. So thinking the same way you did, I did speak with Councillor McCann, and my intention is after the first deputation to allow the ward councillor to at least indicate the items he will be bringing forward. We cannot engage in debate, nor can he, but at the very least we can let it be known to those here tonight that there has been work done in advance of the meeting in response to much of the communication received. So that's how we thought we'd go about it, Councillor Morales. Okay, thank you. That having been said, notwithstanding we have the 24 deputations on the waterfront item, we have one deputation first on the Affordable Housing Monitoring Report, and that is motion 21P10. So we'll be doing that one first, and then the growth related, or at least the waterfront item. Just for all those who are on the call making deputations tonight, because of the number of them, I am going to have to stick strictly to time. So the procedural bylaw gives you 5 minutes. I will give you a heads up about 15 seconds before the end of that 5 minutes and ask you to wrap up. But if you go over the 5 minutes, just out of respect for everyone else, I do have to cut off deputants after the 5 minutes tonight. So we'll be doing the waterfront deputations after we do this first deputation on the Affordable Housing Monitoring Report. It is by Jennifer Van Gennep on behalf of the SCATA Barrie Chapter, Simcoe County Alliance to End Homelessness Barrie Chapter. So Ms. Van Gennep, welcome to Barrie City Council, and I'll remind you again, you have 5 minutes for your deputation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay,
we can.
Great. Thank you. So the Simcoe County Alliance to End Homelessness is a local movement to prevent and end homelessness in Simcoe County. So though there are strains across the housing market, as the mayor noted during the March 23rd Planning Committee meeting, as SCATA, we are primarily interested in housing options for those with very low incomes, with the ultimate goal of addressing the homelessness crisis in our city. As Tim Richter of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness reminds us regularly, homelessness is a policy choice, and this crisis caused by policy requires policy solutions. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening, and we are here tonight to publicly show our support for City staff's Affordable Housing Monitoring Report and the affordable housing recommendations they have made. When we were advised by staff that the 840 units of affordable housing target had been surpassed technically, we were wary of how council and staff might frame it. Frankly, we were watching to see if there would be a lot of backpatting for hitting the target early, and we haven't seen any of that. What we are seeing from both staff and council is an understanding that regardless of hitting this target made 6 years ago, the average renter looking for an affordable option in Barrie is worse off today than they were then. We appreciate the acknowledgement in the report around the counting of second suites being perhaps misleading in relation to actual rental rates for these units, and the efforts to be transparent about that while still aligning with the county's numbers. We also appreciate the reiteration of the province's definition of affordable housing and how it is actually higher than most people assume, calculated at 30% of the household income of the 60th percentile of households. In other words, above the average household income. For renters, this defaults to average market rent, which continues to go up and up. And this definition will leave many of our most marginalized neighbors unhoused. We know that for deeply subsidized housing options, support will need to come from the county, provincial, or federal governments. But we're pleased to see you grappling with your role in incentivizing affordable housing builds and protecting the existing affordable housing stock and what policy options you have at your disposal. We're looking forward to the recommendations to come back in reports from the new Affordable Housing Task Force. We'd like to offer here just a few thoughts about policies we are seeing in other jurisdictions that may inspire you. But first, we have a rather startling study finding. Across several jurisdictions, for every $100 a month increase in median rents, homelessness increased between 15 and 39%. Here are some of the biggest threats to affordable housing stock in cities across the world right now. Mom and pop landlords are selling to institutional investors like pension funds and real estate investment trusts, resulting in much higher rents. This is part of a global trend of the financialization of housing, and the pandemic could lead to even more smaller scale landlords putting rental properties up for sale because they could be less able than a corporation to withstand tenants defaulting on rent. During the pandemic and with rent freezes in place, landlords are actually more incentivized to evict tenants. While rent cannot be raised during a freeze and is always limited during a tenancy, there are no restrictions on rent hikes between tenants. The Landlord and Tenant Board's current so-called eviction blitz will not only be devastating for those who are evicted, but it could also decimate our affordable housing stock through rent hikes during these tenant turnovers. Some possible policy responses. As we noted to staff in our official plan submission, we understand that the city cannot redefine affordable housing for the purposes of the OP. However, our position is that setting a target for only 10% of the housing to be affordable for, as we said before, approximately 60% of the population of Barrie, this will always be a problem. And it would suggest an official plan that is centered on what is best for investors rather than residents. Housing is infrastructure. For this reason, we have made suggestions in our OP submission for a sub-definition for deeply affordable housing that we would like to see used instead of for the 10% target and a higher target for affordable housing. According to our 2018 homeless enumeration, 70% of those experiencing homelessness in our community are single adults. So while single adults only make up 18% of the general population of Simcoe County. So while we need deeply affordable small apartment options for single people, we could also use some policies that make co-housing easier. Looking to other jurisdictions, we see in Montreal a first right of refusal policy that gives property owners notice to inform them that if they want to sell, they must first give the city the option to buy their land for housing. Toronto has passed a vacant homes tax. In BC, we see regulations that reduce maximum allowable rent increases and close loopholes. And in California, they have passed a Homes for Homeowners, Not Corporations bill to make it more difficult for corporations to scoop up housing in bulk deals that individuals would not normally be able to access. In short, we encourage you and the Affordable Housing Task Force to consider a full range of policies, not just to incentivize new affordable housing stock, but also to preserve the existing stock. Many cities are putting these policies in place in a reactionary way, and we encourage Barrie to proactively protect our meager stock. Housing policy should put residents first, and that includes our neighbors who are currently unhoused. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak tonight and for your attention to this important issue.
Thank you, Ms. Van Gennep. Any questions from members of council? Okay, Councillor Kungl, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this question is directed to staff. This would be in response to Ms. Van Gennep's statement about a recommendation for our new draft official plan. While that's not coming out until May, I believe, around public open house and the next version overall, I'm wondering if Ms. Banting or a member of staff could speak to whether or not there's awareness of if that recommendation for a higher than 10% increase, more specifically that deeply affordable housing target and a new addition to the OP is being considered to be incorporated, and if we'll see that in the next version of the official plan.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yes, in fact, we are very much aware of those requests and have been working quite closely with the SCADA chapter. And Ms. Banfield has taken note of that again this evening, and we will ensure that it is brought up in our consultation. That will be, you're right, beginning in May.
Great, thank you. I know SCADA and Jennifer, who I believe chairs that committee, has been active around policy advocacy and engagement. So thank you for that update, and glad to hear that that's being considered.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Any other questions from members of council? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Van Gennep, and of course for your ongoing work supporting affordable housing in the community. We'll now move to the deputation requests on the waterfront access and beaches item. Now, noting the memo that's on tonight on the circulation list, I see that there actually have been a couple of deputations that have been withdrawn. So what I am going to do, though, is call out all the names for the registered deputants. When your name is called, please unmute yourself, or if you're on the phone, you can press #6 and that unmutes you. And we will make sure that everybody gets their chance to have their say. Just one more reminder, though, I didn't say this before. Deputations must be about the item that's on the agenda. So notwithstanding, there are broader issues related to beaches, COVID, the history, all those sorts of things. Your deputation must be about the projects and policies that are being proposed here tonight as part of this staff report, and I will nudge you back to that if you get off topic. So please don't be offended if I tell you you are running out of time or I nudge you back to topic. It is because with this large number of deputants, we really do need to stay focused tonight on the agenda. So I will now start, and we will do this in the order that they've been received. The first deputant I will call on is Shelley Brooke. Shelley, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I won't take too much of your time. I just wanted to take the moment to express my gratitude, as I know that there has been a lot of work going on over the last week around the Wilkins Beach area and some changes made to the plan. And I wanted to say how grateful I am and thankful as a local community member and avid user of the beach. Also, one piece that I would love to see revised or revisited would be the maintenance of the beach, that the city does continue to take care of the sand of the actual beach. I think that's important for the health of the beach, for the use of the beach, and for our whole community. So I don't have too much to say. I just wanted to share my input on that and thank everyone, the whole community and all the counselors and all the staff who have put the time in to revisit the decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brooke. And I will give Councillor McCann a chance to just talk about some of that work. But first, I did want to ask if there are any questions from members of council for Shelley, this particular deputant. Okay, if not, I'll go to you, Councillor McCann, now to just, I know Ms. Brooke has raised a couple of the issues that are going to be discussed later tonight, but if you wanted to just lay that out before the rest of the deputations, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Shelley Brooke. What I'll do, maybe, Mayor Lehman, is just kind of do the broad brush strokes of the changes that have happened from 2 weeks ago until tonight. And obviously, this has to be approved by City Council tonight. So delisting the beaches is obviously a must, from a beach to a park. Fencing along the creek and the protected point. So that would be the point where Wilkins Beach splits off, and fencing all along the creek. A zero tolerance on the beach. Therefore, bylaw will be issuing tickets, not not giving warnings, being a little stricter. Increased enforcement with no barbecues, no tents, no parking from non-Barrie residents. Cars will be towed. That'll be an amendment that I'm addressing tonight as well as a pilot project. Also, as a pilot project, I'll be introducing guest parking, where homeowners and residents will be able to ask Service Barrie for parking passes for their friends and family. So if there is a get together, they'll be able to not get towed. The Sandy Beach, I think this is probably maybe the most important aspect. The Sandy Beach will remain open. It'll be a large portion, enough for friends and family to enjoy the beach and to go for a swim. The trails will remain open, and most importantly, preserving the wildlife and the fauna, the minnows, snakes, frogs. And I'll be introducing later tonight an individual who specializes in turtles, and I'll be introducing a Save the Turtles program to really try to rejuvenate the area. So those are some high level areas that I'll be talking about. And obviously, for those who don't know, last year the City Council brought in no parking only for Barrie residents. That will be reintroduced this year, and that'll be a permanent because it was such a success. And I believe that's all the high level stuff I have, Mayor Lehman. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor McCann. So as all of you just heard, there are a number of amendments that will be coming forward tonight on some of the topics that certainly many councillors, well, all members of council, myself, and certainly the ward councillor have been hearing lots from some who are here to make deputations tonight and others who chose to write to us. So those items will be addressed a little bit later, and we'll just move on now with deputations, and discussion of those items will come when we a little bit later tonight in our agenda when we address the waterfront report. Okay, the next deputation request we had tonight was from Gary Ray. Gary, welcome to Barrie City Council, and in accordance with the procedural bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to present my views on this topic. Can you hear me?
Yep, all good.
Great. Well, a lot has progressed since I met with Councillor McCann probably a week ago, and I'm at a bit of a loss for words, but really encouraged in terms of the direction that that we seem to be going. Just a bit of background: in 2009, we purchased a house in South Barrie. We actually overlook the pond that's Camelot Square. It's a beautiful little area, and we overlook. If you in the wintertime, you can almost see the beach, and so we love this whole area. We fell in love with the outdoor community. The desert topping was the ability to walk down to the beach, take a swim, and relax on the beach in the sun. We personally did not seem to be impacted so much by this obvious controversy, but got involved because we just love the beach. We love the area. We bring friends and relatives in, and we're very respectful, you know, in terms of making sure that we don't make noise or garbage, etc. You know, the only thing I can suggest in terms of you know, what's been presented and proposed is that obviously I don't believe we're going to be shutting down the beach this year. And I know that there's, you know, a lot of individuals in the community that have spent a lot of time and effort just to raise the, you know, the stature of this beach with steps and just a lot of cleanup involvement in that. I don't know if it's worthwhile deputizing some individuals this summer to possibly present a report on a monthly basis to the council here to see how you know, see how we're doing this year, and you know, maybe take some input from the you know, residents in the area. I'm glad that we're adopting a minimalist approach to intrusion in terms of fixing the issues that are currently being looked at. And I don't know if this is you know, this is a possibility, but is there a plan that can be adopted by the community, not just the council? We, you know, by virtue of looking at Facebook pages and talking to Councillor McCann, you know, have become much more aware of what's going on. But it seems that you really have to be in the know. And I would venture to say that if you went to local residents here, you know, they wouldn't really be necessarily understanding what is actually going to happen with this. So I think a little bit more communication to the local residents, especially. And if there's going to be bylaw officers that are going to come around and, you know, handing out tickets on the beach and all that, could there be some kind of mitigation towards local residents who are much more involved in terms of keeping the beach, you know, well, you know, taken care of, as opposed to giving them the full brunt of the law? Councillor McCann briefly told me that if somebody, you know, goes into an area that seems to be restricted, that's going to be an automatic $300 ticket. And I'm going, wow, you know, that's a lot. So those are really my comments. I really appreciate the effort that you guys have made. You know, this is just a jewel of you know, of a resource for the local residents, and so that's my input.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Ray. Questions for Mr. Ray? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Liam. Real quickly, just to Mr. Ray, you know, just to talking about giving tickets to bylaw, I do want to see a zero tolerance, but just so there's clarification for everybody else,
Thanks.
Thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Ray? Councillor Congle.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll frame it as a question to Mr. Ray, but I think it aligns with Councillor McCann's comment about an ambassadorship program. But I guess I would ask if you've considered, so I'll ask it as a question to get it tabled for you, but whether or not connecting with Councillor McCann and city staff about if this area, if it transitions to being a park, might qualify for an adopt a park program. I'm seeing some pieces on our city website under that initiative that talk a bit about stewardship and cleanup and reporting back, and wondering if that might be something for a future conversation you might consider.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Rice.
Yes,
Good answer.
Absolutely. I love the term ambassador.
Yeah.
I think that's what we need more of. It's such a positive approach to problems.
Thanks for that, Mr. Ray. Any other questions, members of council? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ray. We have next Carolyn Ray. Ms. Ray, are you on? Yes, there we are. Welcome to Barrie City Council tonight, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. Still on mute. Don't know if that's on our end or yours.
Hi,
There
is that better?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the work that you've been putting into this, and in particular the changes, which have been very encouraging for all of us who were like, absolutely having a freak out that we were all going to lose our dear sweet beach that we adore. And I think I speak for dozens of us who live in the area who probably are not very politically active, but the first time I heard about this was on the news a couple of weeks ago, and I just couldn't believe that we had no awareness of this, and yet we can practically see, the lake from our house, But I just want to say, I kind of just want to revoice we've really taken for granted in some ways the beauty of that beach. And so when it came to be, and I think as a result perhaps of COVID and all of the extra traffic that we had up here last summer, but I think we've really taken for granted how much it's actually been taken care of over the years by the town, like by the city of Barrie. And so I want to thank you for that. And I just want to reiterate the importance, I also believe, in the regular maintenance of it, which I have to voice, in my opinion, is not related to COVID or over traffic use. And that is the maintenance of the sands that one of our other contributors mentioned. We do have significant gullies that kind of occur. They always seem to occur in the spring. And over the years that we've lived here, usually the city comes in at some point and fills those gullies in. And they come right from the top of the hill where we live up near Camelot Square. There's a path that goes down to the beach, and those gullies forge, and they go all the way through the beach. And I would just, I guess, want to comment that I'm really concerned that that isn't considered to be part of misuse or overuse of the beach. However, it is just a natural phenomena that occurs that does need to be regularly maintained. And I would just want to encourage, ask, and communicate to all of you how much that is just an important and essential part of caring for the beach and keeping it looking pristine. So I just want to thank you for the contributions that have been made towards saving the sands in particular. And I do agree that that if we can communicate with the local community, and I'm speaking on behalf of residents and being a resident myself here, so that we're fully aware of these new changes that are coming up, that would be helpful, so that people aren't ticketed or or felt that they're being hit on the hand for just going down and enjoying the beauty of that beach. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ray, for the for your comments. Questions for Ms. Ray? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here tonight. Thanks for giving us your comments. We will next go to Jeff Hathaway on behalf of Scales Nature Park. Mr. Hathaway, nice to see you or hear you. Welcome to Barrie City Council. You have 5 minutes for your deputation.
All right, and thanks for listening. And I actually had some images to show you, but I have a feeling this is audio only now, so no worries if you can't see any of the pretty pictures of turtles. So I grew up in the area. I don't live in Barrie currently. I'm in Oro-Medonte, where I run a small nature center called Scales Nature Park. And Scales runs a very large turtle conservation project across most of central Ontario. It's about 10,000 square kilometers. It's a huge effort, 30 to 40 technicians involved each year. It's probably the largest project of its kind in Ontario, if not in Canada. And so part of what we do is we travel the area trying to find places that are good for turtles, count how many are left, and take actions to try and protect them and reverse their population declines. All of the turtle species in Ontario are declining. 7 of the 8 are now species at risk. Now, through the work that we've done, which does include all of the city of Barrie, although we don't spend a lot of time in the city looking for turtles, we have discovered 4 species that are present in the city. Those are the painted turtle and the snapping turtle, 2 of the more common species in the region, the map turtle, and also the Blandings turtle, both of which are quite a bit more rare in the region. And all of these species really depend on a number of things, one of which is access to good nesting sites. The way their life history works, most of the eggs get eaten, most of the babies will die, but the very few that make it to being adults will live for potentially upwards of a century. And they depend upon laying eggs every year over the course of roughly 80 years or more in order to replace themselves in the population. And this is a real challenge for them across southern Ontario now due to a lot of threats, including most especially road mortality and the loss of their habitat. And nesting sites are certainly a big part of what gets lost, especially in well-developed areas from a human point of view. So Wilkins Park is a good example of a natural nesting site. It's got a sand surface. They will nest in gravel as well. It doesn't have to be pure sand, but it also has to be very sunny, sun exposed because it's temperature dependent, the development of the eggs. And especially along the south shore of Kempenfelt Bay, we all know that's usually fairly steep and does not get a lot of sun exposure right along the lake shore. So Wilkins Park there is actually one of the very few natural nest sites available to turtles there, and is likely used by turtles that are coming from several kilometers in each direction, certainly from the lake and potentially up or down river. And so if the beach was to be covered with rocks, which was the main point that I was concerned about in the plan that I had reviewed, it would render the beach at least mostly unusable for turtles. I'm sure there'd be a few that find just the right spot or could possibly dig through the rocks, but realistically, a layer of geotextile fabric with rocks on top is pretty much an impassable barrier for these turtle species. And that would force them to try and find alternative nest sites. There are not many to choose from. And most of the other good sites in the area are simply the shoulders of roads where we already find them nesting. I have personally found them nesting along Huronia Road and Mapleview Avenue, for example, near somewhere where the creeks cross there. So not good places for them to have to go, of course. So I like a lot of the things proposed for the beach, but I would really like to see it not be covered with geotextile fabric and rocks so that it can continue to be used as a turtle nesting site for the future. And certainly there's a lot of potential to develop community engagement in the area. That's a big part of what our project does. We have, for example, a hotline. People can call and text a photo if they want to, and our dispatcher will let our teams know. We might send a team over to check out what's going on and also collect data on the turtles. But we also train community volunteers to do some of these activities and to be able to go out, watch for the turtles that are laying eggs, and then report the data that we need or call in one of our senior techs, depending on what the situation is. So this is all stuff that we're quite happy to work with the city on. and with Councillor McCann and any of the local community that are interested in such things. We're happy to train them. We have funding to do this. We can do it at no cost. And it's certainly something we would offer to help make sure that not only the beach is protected, but the turtles are too. And take any questions if anybody has any.
Jeff, thank you very much for your deputation. Questions for Mr. Hathaway, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And this may be maybe my longest question period, just because I think that this is Jeff and his work. I spent quite a few hours with Jeff and some residents down at Wilkins, and actually learned a lot about turtles. And I'm introducing later on tonight a Save the Turtles program, and Jeff would be instrumental. But I do have some maybe questions of clarification of my Mayor Lehman. So the geotextile, Mr. Hathaway, could you maybe just go into a little more detail on why that would be a dead no if we were interested in increasing the population of turtles?
Sure. So the geotextile fabric is like a non-woven cloth material that's synthetic, so it doesn't rot. A standard one might be like Terrafix 240R. I used to run a construction company for a few years before I started doing this stuff. We used it on a number of projects. And so basically you can't put a knife through it. Like if I had a sheet of it to hold up in front of you, I'd try to stab it. It would be very difficult to cut through it, even with a sharp kitchen knife. So if you can't do that, turtles aren't likely to be able to dig through it. And they would need to do that in order to find a place to put their eggs.
Well, I appreciate that explanation. And because of your great explanation, I believe 10, 15 days ago, that will no longer be at the front of the beach. And so I'm really happy to hear that that's going to excel the turtle population because that geotextile is not there. And maybe another question I have for you is the fencing. You know, these are questions that you and I have already discussed, but I just wanted to let council have a better understanding and maybe the good residents that are watching. We discussed the type of fencing that we'll be putting up, you know, at the peak and along the creek. Could you give a little explanation on why that you're in favor of that style of fencing?
Sure. I mean, just doing any kind of fencing that impedes humans doesn't really stop turtles because they just sort of go under it. And so fencing that keeps people off of the more sensitive areas is a very useful thing from a turtle perspective. The sand over top of the eggs may not get compacted by a lot of foot traffic, that sort of thing, although that's usually not a huge concern. It makes for less disturbance overall and allows for some of the vegetation, obviously, not to get damaged if it's a sensitive area. And the fences aren't going to impede the turtles from nesting at all. So I don't see any issue with the fencing as it was proposed. That doesn't strike me as any problem.
Well, I appreciate your expertise, and just maybe briefly discuss the minnows. If anybody's down at Wilkins Beach, there must be a billion of them, you know, and maybe you can talk about that habitat real quickly and why it's important that we maintain and protect that area.
Well, I mean, creek mouths in general are a really great place for a diversity of wildlife. The minnows you see right now are generally emerald shiners coming into the creek mouths to spawn. They won't go too far upstream like trout would do, but they do move into the mouths and as far up as they easily can get. And that's critical, obviously, to the survival of that species, which is a major forage fish in Lake Simcoe for other species. A lot of the creek mouths that we have around the bay and certainly the rest of the lake are pretty degraded. So, you know, a natural site like that certainly is great from a reproductive point of view for not just that species of fish, but probably quite a few others as well that, you know, were less obvious on that particular day that we were there. But that doesn't mean it's not important for them, as well as frog species and turtles and everything else. That's all part of the big picture. There's no doubt about that. And honestly, I want to applaud the city's work on restoring some of the other creeks. Having gone to school in downtown Barrie and working along some of those creeks, actually, in fact, I was employed by the city for one of those projects on those creeks 30 odd years ago, I guess now. And so, you know, it's great to see that kind of restoration work happening. I think it's wonderful to see some of that happening in the city.
Well, Mr. Hathaway, I really liked it. Are you telling me that you're a past Central student?
Yes, I was indeed.
Oh, geez.
In fact,
okay.
I was in some classes, I believe, with the mayor's older brother.
Okay, real quickly here, you know, I'm introducing, and hope council supports, the Save the Turtles program. Could you maybe just, I found it really interesting, tell me the flow of turtles when they, mate and then they lay their eggs. Could you just give that high level, what we can see on the beach and how we protect it? And you obviously talk about volunteering, and I got to tell you that I'm batting about 900. Everybody I've talked to wants to volunteer except Councillor Thompson. I'm not sure why he doesn't like turtles, but I mean, maybe you could go a little explanation on that, please.
Well, he just needs a little more exposure to baby turtles, and then that'd probably get him going. So essentially, turtles typically mate early spring. You won't see the mating behavior very often, but then usually sometime by the last week of May through about the last week of June, and it is temperature dependent. So this year, for example, odds are we're going to see them start a little bit early compared to previous years. In that window of time for turtle nesting season, they will come up onto beaches and onto any other good places to lay their eggs, including, of course, road shoulders are like linear beaches for turtles. They're sandy and they're sunny, which are the two main things they're looking for. And so they'll dig a hole, lay their eggs. The size of the hole obviously varies. For most species, you won't see anything left behind. When they walk away, you won't be able to tell where the spot is. So we have to have volunteers or our staff actually observing the females digging the hole and laying the eggs. For snapping turtles, we can actually tell a few days later where the holes were dug. I'm not going to mention how you find them because I don't really want to give away that, because sometimes people will actually intentionally dig up turtle nests to take the eggs out of them, which is one of the things our project works to combat. But we do train the volunteers on how to find the nests. And typically then the eggs would be in the nest for about 2 to 3 months, again, depending on the temperature. In a cold year, they may not survive at all. It may be the first frost comes along and that's it for them. And that's what limits their movements farther north. A lot of these species don't go sort of north of Sudbury, let's say in Ontario. But if it's a good year, sometime in late August or early September, they'll dig their way out of the nest. They usually synchronize their movements. The turtles, the babies actually talk to each other in the nest, believe it or not, audio communication. And they will, depending on when they hatch, within a few days, they'll all wait until they're all ready to leave. And then they all come out of the same little hole in the nest and make their way over land, usually directly to the water. But for some, they end up wandering the wrong way and end up in people's backyards and all kinds of other spots that they sometimes get found, which is often why people then call us to, ask what to do with the baby turtle that they found in a garage and that sort of thing. Of course, a big part of the problem is that in a lot of cities, for example, there's a lot of predators like raccoons in higher numbers than normal, and most of the eggs might normally get eaten, but it's not normal for all of them to get eaten by those predators. So a big part of what we do is place protective barriers or cages over the nests in some places where we can. Usually in public areas like roadsides and parks, we can't do that. So we would actually remove the eggs, incubate them at our facility, and then put the babies back. So we'd go back in the early fall and let them go, sometimes getting local schools involved or that sort of stuff. Last year alone, we released almost 14,000 baby turtles across the region. So it's quite a big effort, of course, to do that. We'd rather, of course, leave the eggs where they were and for nature to take its course. It's just not always a good thing for that to happen on the side of a road where likely the raccoons will eat them or the babies will get run over by cars as soon as they emerge.
Mr. Hathaway, I got to tell you, I'm going to wrap it up. I know we're going to be talking about this issue later on just for time, but I just have to tell you how of an impressive individual you are. It's amazing talking to a specialist. I don't care what area or expertise you have, but just your passion just keeps on drawing me in, wanting to learn more about turtles and get involved more with turtles. And I'm really excited with your mentorship, what this community is going to look like in a few years with a plethora of turtles. And I'm telling you, we're gonna get the program right, and this is going to be a great project. So I just want to say that with all sincerity, thank you, and we staff will be in touch to further along the increased turtles. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for listening.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Any other questions for Mr. Hathaway? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick question, because I did spend some time on Saturday at the beach with Councillor McCann, and I was actually quite astounded at the significant volume. I would suspect there's probably hundreds of thousands of minnows that are currently spawning. And I know there's been some discussion around fencing off that area with temporary fencing. I'm just wondering, with Mr. Hathaway's expertise in this, would this be better off being a permanent solution to protect that area when it comes to the species within the creek?
Mr. Hathaway.
So from a fencing point of view, it's really mostly about whether you can keep people off of the shoreline of the creek itself, you know, that very sensitive sort of ribbon of life right along the edge, where if people are walking on a lot, the plants get destroyed, there's more erosion, all that sort of stuff. If there's a lot of traffic, the human traffic there, it's not a bad idea to have fencing that is permanent, that keeps people back from the edge of that kind of sensitive feature. But I would make sure it's like, you know, a wooden fence that is not only easy to maintain, but isn't acting as any kind of barrier to the wildlife. You know, something with a top rail and a medium rail that's a low enough top rail that the deer can easily jump over, and lots of ground clearance between the ground and the medium rail to allow, you know, wildlife to pass under it. It gets the point across to people that, hey, maybe you shouldn't go there. It won't stop everybody, but no fence does. I mean, I always marvel at what people think chain link will do to keep people out. It might keep adults out, but it certainly doesn't keep kids out of anything. If any of you guys ever climbed chain link fences like I did, you know, it's fencing is mostly to tell people, hey, don't go past here. It's not like a jail to keep people in or out. That's not going to work in a park setting anyway.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any other questions for Mr. Hathaway? Okay, if not, Jeff, it has been a long time since Barrie Central Collegiate, but thank you for your work then, and thank you for your work now, sir. It's nice to hear from you again. And thank you for being here tonight. Our next deputation is from Jill Richmond. Ms. Richmond, welcome to Barrie City Council.
Thank you.
And I understand you might be speaking on behalf of another registered deputant tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, apparently Miss Elizabeth Thomas is having technical issues and asked me if I can include her comments as well. Shall I do that at the end?
Sure. And welcome to council. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor Lehman. So I am coming to this meeting with the perspective of being a new resident to Barrie. Barrie in October 2020. And I also have the background of being a psychotherapist in private practice with 24 years experience in mental health and seeing clients in private practice. So I just wanted to let you know that's where I'll be coming from. After I wrote my deputation, I think that since the focus of the meeting has changed to focusing more on the keeping people, you know, the beach, somewhat the sand there, but keeping people away from the beach as what happened last year. I wanted to ask you and talk about keeping the beach open this summer. I had asked Councillor McCann if we're going to be able to use the beach this summer, and that hasn't been totally clarified yet. So I just wanted to ask that first and foremost.
I'm sorry, Ms. Richmond, we don't do sort of back and forth question and answer. This is a chance for you to give us your views. We will certainly answer that question though, and others, I'm sure, in the course of debating this matter on council's agenda later tonight.
Okay, so I had some comments. I didn't know if I was proceeding with, if I knew the answer to that, but I'll go ahead anyway.
Please do.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that from the background that I have in mental health, I just want to put forth that it's really important for people to be able to enjoy the beach, the outdoor experience of going to the beach. When we first moved to Barrie, we had no idea the beach was there. And during the closing of our house, during the what do you call it, the inspection period, the owner of our house suggested we go down and take a walk behind the house, and we discovered what many people have told us is the rare gem. And it was just stunning, and it made our move here all the worth. It made it totally worthwhile seeing my kids, how happy they were to see that beach. And for us, that's the nicest part of our neighborhood, on top of the fact that our neighbors are so wonderful and welcoming, and everybody just loves this neighborhood. we found that it's just like cottage in the city here in Barrie, and we just want to keep using, we're looking forward to seeing the beach in the summer and swimming there. So we're imploring you to please keep the beach open for the local residents of Barrie, and we would, we feel like it's very important to people to get out there and use the beach. Also, I wanted to say that we're not particularly in favor of the pilot project in order to bring guests in. We feel like that during COVID, it should be that we're encouraging people to stay home, and that project may be better suited for the following year. What else? Also, one other point I want to make is that people, if you keep people from going to that beach, there'll be other larger crowds at the beaches adjacent, like it's at Minette's Beach and Tyndale Beach. I'm not certain of the names, but I've heard the adjacent beaches have been were getting crowded last summer as well. Okay, so those are my comments. And as far as Ms. Elizabeth Thomas' comments, her main concerns were regarding parking and litter. She wanted to make sure that there was towing without warning from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily was her suggestion, and without a Barrie tag, of course. And then she's also concerned about the litter on the beach. She suggested that we put cameras at the beginning of at the entrance of the park with additional signage there. I have noticed there has been additional signage lately. So yes, my main focus at this point is to trying to make sure that the work that you're proposing is done in the spring or the fall and have it impede us going to the beach as much as possible.
Okay. Sorry, Ms. Richmond, I didn't want to cut you off. Were those all the comments you wanted to bring to us for now?
Yeah, that's everything. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for those remarks and also for presenting Ms. Thomas's concerns. Are there any questions from members of City Council for Ms. Richmond? Okay, if not, thank you for your deputation and thank you for all the work I'm sure you're doing these days, given your occupation. I can't imagine how busy you are. There are a lot of people, more people than usual, that need your type of services. So thank you for, I'm sure, the long hours you're putting in and for coming to council tonight. We will move on now to Jake Vella, our next deputant. Mr. Vella, welcome to Barrie City Council, and in accordance with our procedural bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. I can't imagine how busy you are. There are a lot of people, more people than usual, that need. Mr. Vella, I think you've got the sound feed in the background, and there you go. All right, can you hear us, Jake?
Yeah, sorry about that. We had the TV on in the background. We actually we understood that there'd be a lot of people talking tonight, and a few of us decided that we're going to have Lindsay Wagner speak on our behalf. I just would like to say that thank you again for all the help that we've received so far. Mike has spent a lot of time with us, and I know Andrea Miller and Mary Lehman have also been involved in the process, and a lot of the councillors have actually come to the beach, which is what we originally asked for. So we appreciate that. And like I said, Lindsay will be speaking on my behalf. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Vella. We will move on to Amy Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell. Do we have Ms. Mitchell with us? Nope, not at the moment. Okay, I understand somebody else might be speaking on her behalf. So we'll move on from Amy Mitchell now to Lindsay Knight. Lindsay, welcome to Barrie City Council. And in accordance with our procedural bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Okay, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Lindsay Knight. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Amy Mitchell and Jake Vella and a few other, a group of neighbors in the neighborhood. I've lived in Kingswood for 5 years. I'm also a BCC alumni, in case that earns me any favors on council, hopefully more favors than not. I also love Wilkins Beach and Park. And to open today, I just want to emphasize that Wilkins plays a big role in my life and in the lives of the community here. I have 2 young boys, and I've made a lot of memories at the beach with them. And it's also a place that I've met and gotten to know a lot of my neighbors. So, I think the reason why you see so much passion here today, and you have for the last couple of weeks, is because this is a very special place in our community, and to lose the beach would actually feel like a loss. I represent a group of neighbors who've been advocating for the city to meet us halfway. We want to take care of the environment at Wilkins, and we think there's a way to do it while also allowing the beach to stay open and sandy and maintained. And at a minimum, we want to try to see if that works before closing it all together. I'll start off by saying that I can see that you've listened based on the revised proposal, and I'd like to thank, Andrea Miller, Council, Mayor Lehman, for getting us to where we are today. I appreciate that, a portion of the sandy beach has been maintained. I love the addition of the educational signage, and I'm for the fencing of the creek in the peninsula. That being said, I'm here today to ask council not to approve this plan yet. I don't think we're ready to make a decision. And our rationale is that there's still kind of 4 gaps that we'd like to see the city include within the plan before moving forward. The first is the wastewater that's going, is causing washout into the beach from the pond at the top of Crimson Ridge. This pond is included in the revised plan, but there's no solid commitment in the plan that it will be addressed. It's more of like a plan to plan, and I can understand why. It probably will take some time to assess the impact that that's having on the washout on the beach. So the ask would be a more in-depth environmental assessment conducted on the pond and the overall environment at Wilkins, which to my knowledge didn't happen here. So I think an assessment would help evaluate the impact of the washout from the pond, as well as any other environmental concerns relating to the beach itself, to accurately understand the full environmental impact. Number 2, the plan doesn't cover policies that will help control beach traffic, which has a massive impact on the neighborhood and as well as on the environment of the beach. And this includes parking and bylaw enforcement. So I'm not going to get into this much today because I know Councillor McCann has a proposal for it. And so I'll just say that I support it. I support his proposal for both parking and bylaw enforcement. And the reason is that the word is out on Wilkins. Whether we delist it this year or not, people will come. So we need to increase parking violations and enforce a no warning bylaw system where tickets are given on the first offense, because people will continue breaking the rules if there's no enforcement. The third thing, and I think the previous speaker spoke to this, is I think that we need to take the time to examine the social impact that removing the beach will result in. I think it's really important that this is thought through. I think COVID has really emphasized the impact on mental health. And I think that the beach would be a massive loss for our neighborhood and for our city. And if I had 5 minutes to just speak to this point, I could personally attest to it, but I don't. And then lastly, and where I really want to spend the most time today, is the decision in the new plan to delist the beach and totally abandon maintenance on it. Myself and my neighbors are definitely for delisting the beach. I think the fact that it was listed and advertised caused a lot of the traffic last year. But what we're against is abandoning the maintenance as a result of delisting the beach, particularly when it comes to garbage collection, the removal of the buoys, and the sand replacement and maintenance. I'm opposed to these things because I think they'll negatively impact both the environment at Wilkins and create safety issues. So garbage collection, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. If people don't have anywhere to put their garbage, it's going to end up on the ground. So, if this is an environmental issue, I would really hope that this is a non-negotiable as part of the plan. Buoys. If the buoys are removed, boats and jet skis will pull up on the beach and park there. And they'll park there for hours. They'll park there for the day. Some jet skis did even when the buoys were up. And, as a mother of 2 small kids, this could very, very easily hurt a child or even an adult, quite frankly. And so for the safety of the kids in the neighborhood, I'd really like this to be reconsidered. And then lastly, the sand. I think the sand is the biggest issue that people have been bringing forward. I think something to consider with the sand and not maintaining the sand is that washout does occur on this beach. And I think one of the previous speakers pointed this out, but it does create kind of uneven surfaces. And if it's not maintained, it could result in tripping, falling. I think that is something that needs to be considered. And then I guess with the sand and maintenance overall, I do want to reinforce that both parks and delisted beaches in the city are still maintained. So I guess my question is why Wilkins is the exception, why this plan makes Wilkins the exception. To my knowledge, there's not a bylaw that says delisting the beach means no more maintenance. So, and the examples are used are parks. The city fills parks with sand periodically and collects garbage at parks. So if Wilkins is designated a park, I would advocate for, the same level of maintenance of the sand area of Wilkins Park. So sand maintenance and garbage collection. And then the other thing is other beaches, delisted beaches. So Dock Road Beach, which is in the neighborhood as well. They are still maintained, maybe not as often, but often enough. Just this morning, a neighbor was at Dock Road Beach and it was fully groomed, and this isn't a listed beach. So, in conclusion, I think, there's some gaps in the plan that I would love to fill before the city makes a decision or approves this plan. So I am asking you guys, the council, to address these gaps before approving a plan so that we can approve a plan that is holistic. I'm asking that we move forward and delist the beach, but continue the maintenance of the beach, specifically garbage collection, sand maintenance, and buoys. And then the last thing I'll throw in is that, if the city must close the beach to start the environmental work, so putting up the fencing, planting the peninsula, I do ask that it be closed at the end of the season. It's been a COVID year. It's been a really hard year for many people. And I think that having the beach for something to do and a place of solace and solitude will be very positive for people's mental health. And I think that if we close the beach this summer, it will be considered a loss for many people.
Okay, thank you very much, Lindsay. Questions from members of council? And just to be clear, I did allow quite a bit of extra time for that deputation, given she's speaking on behalf of a number of others who did register tonight. Councillor Thompson, question.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, maybe to staff, just so we don't muddy the waters. I'm under the impression that garbage will still be collected with the report. Maybe Ms. Miller would be able to answer that.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Yes, Councillor Thompson, you're correct. Garbage would still be collected. The maintenance reference in the memo was related to maintenance of the sandy area at what needs to be a natural shoreline.
Maybe just a quick question. With that comment, with the natural shoreline, is that some of the reason why there would be no swimming buoys put out and sand brought in, just because it's environmentally protected land, so it wouldn't meet the standards? Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson. Yes, I think the deputant made reference to the difference between beaches in the city. This is the only beach that we have in the city that is designated as environmental protection. So that zoning standard is what is causing the conflict here. This type of active use is not permitted in an environmental protection zone, and that is why staff have been working to modify how that shoreline area will be dealt with, still providing a sandy area, but the environmental protection does not allow those active uses.
Perfect, thanks.
Councillor Natalie Harris, question for Ms. Knight.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you for that deputation, Ms. Knight. That was really great. Question to staff: is there a scheduled time frame for the work that is proposed, and possibly closing part of the beach for that?
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, through to Councillor Harris. Yes, we've been working on a construction plan. That plan is not complete at this point in time. We're still waiting for some permits from the Conservation Authority, but we have made a commitment in working with the councillor and area residents that we will do everything in our ability to keep the sandy area of that shoreline open as much as possible during the construction, but there needs to be some construction happening early, mid, and late season in order to meet the rehabilitation requirements and the overall intent of the plan. But we are committed to keeping the sandy area accessible as much as possible.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for the deputant, Ms. Knight? Okay, if not, thank you very much for being here tonight and speaking on behalf of a number of your neighbors. We will move on to Leslie Zardo. Ms. Zardo, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Hi, thank you very much, Your Worship, for allowing me to speak. I've been a resident of Barrie since 1997. I originally moved into the Allendale neighborhood, and in 2009, I moved to the Kingswood area. And much like a previous participant, I was overjoyed when I went for the walk on the trails to wind up down at a beautiful, beautiful beach. It's become a big part of my life. Now, in 2012, I was forced to move from my home in Kingswood, and I was under a lot of pressure from the wrong people, but to move out of the Kingswood area. And what I realized through all of that is that from each area I looked at, each listing I looked at, I would compare it to where I was living in Kingswood. And what it made me realize was that it was the beach and the trails, but largely the beach, that had played a huge role in me being able to cope and keep my mental wellness and mental health through such a hard time in my life. So I had made the decision that none of the other areas in Barrie offered what we have in Kingswood and at Wilkins Beach. It's been a tremendous part of the mental health, strategy for myself and also for my family. It didn't matter how bad I felt mentally, my coping, the way I would cope, I would get out for a walk, go down to the trails, go down to the beach. I would throw on my backpack beach chair, bring a book, maybe a cup of tea, and I'd just find a quiet little spot. And I would sit there just even as an older person and watch and listen to the children and the families playing at the beach. It was the best medicine for my mental health that I could have had on any day throughout all those really, really tough times. So my appeal comes from a mental health, a mental wellness, and a quality of life perspective for the people of Barrie and for our community. This is really when people are talking about the times they have at the beach, this is what it's all about. It is about our mental health and our mental wellness. The Wilkins Beach, again, is quality of life for the residents, but even bigger, it helps manage and restore balance in our lives. Now, according to the drawing that I've seen, I've only seen one drawing, I don't know if there are more, there were measurements given for the boulders and the rocks that would be brought in, and then there was a section in the center for the beach, but there were measurements for the boulders, but there were no measurements for the rocks. So no measurements for the beach. So one of my questions is, well, how big is that beach going to be according to this plan that's been put forward? Because according to the diagram, it seems to be less than half of the current usable size that it is right now. It's in terms of mental health and quality of life, mental well-being, this is the #1 thing that has kept myself and my family here in the Kingswood area. It is absolutely a gem, as that's been referred to many times in the area earlier in the evening. And the need to regenerate is absolutely, some things need to regenerate. The fish populations, the turtle colonies, plants, the trees, the land. But there's also one more very important species that needs to regenerate and has been regenerating from this piece of nature where they can sit calmly, quietly, and connect with nature. And that's the regeneration of the people of our community, of which I am one. We do our best just as human beings to manage our mental health and our mental well-being. And I would like to see the city of Barrie really do their absolute best to maintain the beach area, because that is part of our community's mental wellness. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Ms. Ardo. Any questions? Councillor McCann, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll be really brief. I know that we've had a long night, but I just wanted to address Mrs. Ardo talking about mental health and mental, strength. And this council and city staff have really done move mountains over the past 2 weeks, because we all understand that those paths are part of your lifestyle and they're part of mine as well. And I just didn't want to let you go without thinking that we don't care. That we're just being maybe political, maybe being bureaucratic, and that's the opposite. This council has reached out to me and just said, how do we help this community? And you're going to see that we're going to move mountains tonight. And I just want to say thank you, Mayor Lehman, for giving me a little time just to address that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Thanks, Ms. Ardo, for your deputation. We will move on to our next deputant. Jeff and Jennifer Obey, I think, have asked that Lindsay speak on behalf of them, and I think she did do that earlier as part of that group of residents. So I will move on to John Wines, Mr. Wines, and I apologize if I've pronounced that wrong. Welcome to City Council. Do we have John Wines for his deputation? No, we don't see him. Okay. I will call his name again at the end. We will move on to April Monroe. Ms. Monroe, welcome to Barrie City Council. It has been a little while. You are no stranger to City Hall. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you. I probably only need 2 because Lindsay said everything I was going to say and probably more eloquently than I could. So I appreciate that. I just want to say thank you so much for doing this, because when we first found out that it was going to be closed, we all panicked. And so I would say that I'm really pleased with the changes that have been made thus far. I would just like to see a little bit more. When I first moved here about 10 years ago, there were garbage cans by the beach, and that was removed. I also feel like a lot of the times when I go to Wilkins, the garbage can is overflowing. So I think the residents are seeing that more often because we're there every day. I am in that area running and biking and walking and everything every single day, year round. And I've also cleaned up garbage from the beach, and there was nails on the beach at one point in the winter. So it is a concern. I think closing the peninsula and cleaning it up is going to be amazing, but I really would love to see more garbage cans and to keep the sand, if that's at all possible. People do use the beach often, but because there's no washrooms there, there's nobody that really is there for more than a couple hours. So I think that it'd be nice to have that beach maintained for the people that do use it for the short term. It's a really nice area, and I'm just happy to see that you are, like, all the suggestions that I made in my letter to you have already been made, like signage, which is amazing. I think the kids really need to know about the species that they're trying to catch there and why they shouldn't be catching it and all these other things. So I just am really pleased to see that. I just think that we need to make it a priority, like the other parks, lots more maintenance. And so I'm just happy to see that. Thank you. Only needed a couple minutes.
Thanks very much for your comments. Any questions for Ms. Monroe? Okay, if not, thank you very much. Thanks for coming to council tonight, giving us your comments. Next is Linda Campbell. Ms. Campbell, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you so much for allowing all of us to speak this evening. We live directly across the street from Wilkins Beach and have been here since, and have seen the issues that happen daily on a daily basis, and that we are bringing forward to you here tonight. The community surrounding Wilkins Beach and Walk have been advocating for 20 years, bringing concerns forward to our mayor, to our ward councillor, mayors, and city hall. We've been a part of Adopt a Park with the amazing Mona Boyd. We have worked extensively with Mayor Hamilton, who helped us significantly around issues with teens partying on the beach. We've had lots of attempts to deal with the garbage issues at the beach with closed cans, open cans, so the animals don't get in it. Access for the garbage for individuals to obtain the garbage from down at the beach has always been an issue. Very difficult for the workers to carry that, to get access to that garbage area. We requested extension on weekends for additional pickup because, of course, we had issues with overflowing garbage cans. We were able to get barriers put up because snowmobiles were zooming on the back of the path early on. So this community has been extremely active and very, very strong in their advocacy with regards to protecting this community. And never have I heard people in asking for this beach to be private. People have gotten frustrated over the years with the lack of response, I would say within the last 6 years, where more of that tone is coming out and much more obvious because of the lack of response to the issues that are here in our community that have existed for really significantly since 2018, 2019, and then got out of control in 2020. In July of 2019, I took a phone call with you, Mayor Lehman. You and I discussed the issues here at this beach for a good 20 minutes and how shocked I was that you were not well informed of this situation and had only been updated previous to our phone call approximately 2 weeks. Shortly after our conversation, you had indicated you would return my call by the end of the day, and you did so and indicated that Andrea Miller would be appointed and she would contact me the next day to discuss some of the issues that we're dealing with. Andrea was amazing. She met with this community, and I have to admit, it was literally 48 hours after talking with you, Mr. Lehman, and Andrea sat with a group of individuals that were quite hostile, quite aggravated, and pretty upset because there had been no action from the city for such a lengthy period of time to concerns that we had addressed in a meeting with Mike McCann, October 4th, 2019. The exact issues existed then, but you times them by 100 with all the additional people that came in 2020. We asked for us to be delisted off the internet with regards to Wilkins Beach. We later find out after a phone call with you, Mayor Lehman, that we're posted on Barrie Tourism Barrie. this type of stuff has been going on for years. I spoke with Tourism Barrie. We have been identified on their website for years, how this could go under the radar of our ward councillor that is actually a representative for the city, and knowing that we were having these issues here at Wilkins Beach. We ask that we can be actively participate with the city, that you appoint somebody from the community that could be the liaison person between the community and the city to bring issues forward in a timely manner for the city to be able to respond, so we are not dealing with damage to our wonderful beach and the EP lands that surround our community. We have worked very hard over the years. I strongly recommend that all of you go to the Facebook page called Save Our Sands, and you'll see an extensive history with pictures of this community. Children making biodegradable Christmas ornaments to put on the trees, Christmas caroling after we've done this decorating in the park. We have gone as a community to Darien Lake on Mother's Day to celebrate the mothers, so the guys would make the breakfast. We are totally 100% supporting our neighbors with the loss of a partner, with cancer diagnosis, families that are in need of additional support, whether it be financial, whether it be fundraisings for special causes. We are truly the definition of community. So I really strongly ask and wish that we have an opportunity to be a part of the solution. As we live here, we see these issues on a regular basis. We can bring and identify these issues to you very quickly, and they don't have to get to the extent that they are now, where we're having to talk about totally erasing the beach in order to save the environment. That is so important to all of us. We do have teens that are still having bonfires in the woods. We still have guests that come to the beach and will have a fire in order to cook their meals. These are the issues and concerns, and we're really hoping that you can identify that the amazing response from this community, the desire from this community to be part of the solution, participate in the hard work that it takes to keep this community clean. I can tell you a number of people walk with garbage bags, and we are picking up soiled things. We're picking up feminine hygiene products in the wood. In 2018, 2019, those issues were exacerbated by COVID-19 in 2020, but they all existed prior to 2020. So we're asking for representation by this community at City Hall.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your comments. Are there any questions for Ms. Campbell? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Campbell, thank you for being here and
Thank you.
Offering the community support. We will move on. Next, I have Aaron Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks, welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Excellent, thank you. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Oh, good, thanks. So yes, I definitely have talked to Ms. Campbell quite a few times, and I definitely reiterate all the things she said, and I definitely thank you for your time to be able to talk here. So I definitely, in this, I guess we call it proposal for doing things to the beach when not getting rid of the sandy area, I've also heard some statements around active use. So when we talk about this sandy area, I think everyone also assumes active use. So when we're going to be going to the sandy area, we would be actively using that for swimming, for sunbathing, for sitting, for just having fun with the family, doing things like that. So I just want to make sure that when we talk sandy area, we're also talking active use being part of that entire scenario of a sandy area. So second to that, I also want to address this erosion. So over the past 7 years, this erosion has been getting worse and worse, and we've been having storms that are getting stronger and stronger and have a larger amount of volume for a smaller amount of time. And that's definitely causing bigger effects on this beach. That erosion has been caused by that essentially storm pond draining through. It comes to a little tiny creek, hits essentially like a small tube to go underneath the path and try to get to the creek. Well, that evidently has been getting overwhelmed, is not able to handle the volume. That's created 3 different streams or 4 different streams going towards the beach and causing significant erosion. So I definitely think whatever plan is done, it needs to really address that properly with a full solution that won't cause this type of erosion in the future. Because even if you tried to naturally plant that area, this erosion would just waste that right through. So we definitely need to have that addressed. In part of that erosion plan also needs to be some type of maintenance on that beach. So I definitely want to make sure whatever plan is done, that those 2 things are addressed. The next bit is around parking. I've heard statements around towing, which I definitely support. I also think that perhaps something more like what Tawny Township has done, where they do multiple tickets, then a tow. Maybe increases a little bit of your revenue for actual parking, but also it may give somebody a little bit of a chance if they're a resident to hopefully get their car. Maybe they're only there for an hour, so oh crud, I forgot. Better than coming up and having no car. It would be kind of an inconvenience to maybe look at this multiple every hour, giving a ticket up to 2 or 3, and then doing a tow. Secondary part to that is extending the radius. So instead of just 1K, I remember it was mentioned last meeting that this 1K might still be reasonable for somebody to walk after they've dumped off their family or whatever, that they'll go walk a kilometer. Well, maybe we go 1.5 or 2. It's hard to say, but I definitely think that that's something that should be addressed in this plan. Then lastly, the garbage, and this has been mentioned before. I see it all the time. I'm down there every day. If that non-covered bin or 2 that they have down there, essentially from I think is May or June until September, is full, they may still try to put stuff there, or they put it on the side and things just blow out of those containers. So I definitely think that there's 2 things. Maybe an increased number of containers, having them covered so stuff doesn't blow out, but then also more frequent maintenance on those as being part of a plan. So I think that over the weekend, it would have to almost be daily that they'd be coming down and emptying those and essentially ensuring that that park is kept clean. Lastly, and I was talking to Mr. McCann early about this last week, was having some type of hotline. I think this is even going down to the other model of having more community influence, is having a hotline we can call when we visibly see things like smoke burning in the woods. Well, we know kids are now in the woods with a fire. What can we call that essentially gets to somebody that then gets somebody out there as fast as possible to address these kids, hopefully get them out of there, and hopefully it gets to their parents that they're out there doing bad things, and we eliminate some of those risks and whatnot. But it could even go further than that. We could also see things like my wife has been viewing other issues on the paths where people are breaking saplings. So is it something we can address? Hey, we're seeing saplings being broken around here, this time of day, this time of night, what have you. So it's really just about another ability for us to communicate with some people that can come out and help us enforce whatever type of issues we're having with these areas. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hendricks. Do we have any questions, members of council, for Mr. Hendricks? Councillor Harris, Jim Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. The question that was raised by Mr. Hendricks, and maybe if I could direct through you to staff, I'm thinking Ms. McAlpine. Ms. McAlpine, would the signage that would be at the park, would it include information such that if I was there seeing an infraction, there's the number to call bylaw? Would that type of signage be there?
Ms. McAlpine.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris, that's certainly possible to include that signage. As you're aware, staff from municipal law enforcement are not on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but they are on duty into the evening, and that number could be utilized. The number is not live answer at all times, but it is checked regularly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Any other questions for Mr. Hendricks? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Hendricks, for your deputation and for being at council tonight. We'll move on to Claire Elliott. You are our next deputant. And I'm getting a message that we don't see her in the attendees list. So we'll come back, call for her at the end. That means we'll move on to Brandon Elliott. Is Brandon here? No, neither of the Elliots at the moment. Okay, then we will move on. I believe Ms. Thomas sorry, do we have Mr. Elliott? Sorry, bear with us for a moment here, folks. Yes, we do. There we are. Ms. Elliott, sorry about that. Welcome to Barrie City Council, and in accordance with our procedural bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I really have nothing new to say in addition to what has already been eloquently stated already by fellow community members. And for all of those community members that are listening, thank you very much. I think everyone has made such amazing contributions to this discussion. But yeah, as it was clearly stated, Look and Speak is an integral part of the residents in the Kingswood community. And to close or permanently change the beach would have a huge impact on our community. But as I'm listening to all the changes that have to be made, I know that there is some progress happening. I guess personally, we moved to this area close to 3 years ago with the intent of this being our forever neighborhood. And as we raise our young children, like our young daughters here, currently ages 1 and 3 years of age. But yeah, having the beach, the sand included, brings such a source of joy and well-being. And knowing that this is like a safe place for children and community to be. So anyways, I'm just interested in seeing like any hybrid options that accomplish the ecological restoration to the creek and the peninsula, while also maintaining a sandy beach for swimming. So I more or less just wanted to be a part of this conversation just to see what else could be done that we could have the ecological restoration happening while also maintaining the sandy beach for swimming, even if it's just a smaller area, but having some sand left would mean a lot to the community, I believe. But yeah, just thanks again for hearing us out, and I don't really have anything else to say at this time.
No, thanks very much, Claire. Much appreciated. And are there any questions, members of City Council, for Ms. Elliott? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. It's the third or fourth or maybe fifth time that this has kind of come up. There will be, if council approves this night, lots of sand left on the beach. So I just wanted to let Ms. Elliott clarify that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that. And yes, well, let's talk about that for sure when we get to the item. It's been a hot topic, and I know an area of major concern. So thanks for being here tonight, Ms. Elliott. If there are no other questions for her, we will move on to Brandon Elliott. I don't know if Brandon is here or not. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, we went 1 for 2 on the Elliotts, and thank you for coming tonight, Claire. The next deputant registered was Elizabeth Thomas. So I understand she had technical issues, and I believe Jill spoke on her behalf earlier, Ms. Richmond. So we will move on to Steve Cummings. Steve, are you on the line? No? How about Greg Cummings? We had both of them registered. Neither of them are here. Okay, I'll call them again at the end. The next deputant was Julia Harrison, and this is indicated as withdrawn, so I believe she has withdrawn for tonight. Len Feinstein. Is Mr. Feinstein here? Yes, there he is. Mr. Feinstein, welcome to Barrie City Council, and in accordance with our procedural bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to participate. A lot of what I wanted to discuss has already been discussed, leaving me with just 2 comments. One, I think it's excellent that there's going to be wildlife being nurtured in the creek and in the area. And I think that will be an excellent for all the youngsters in the area to be useful for learning. Even the public school can go down and participate in that, and fencing it off properly will make a big difference, I think. And then the second point I'd like to make is the maintenance. There's been a lot of discussion about the maintenance of the beach, which is staying. And I think that the focus on that for me would be using an analogy. If we looked at the park at Hurston Golden Meadow, and so we have this wonderful park here with some soccer fields and some, area for the kids to play. There's vegetation being grown there. People have gardens. If we just decided that the city wasn't going to maintain that park, what's the point of having it? People would stop going. It wouldn't be a useful space. And I see the beach as being the same. So it's a rhetorical question, but what's the point of having the beach if it's not being maintained by the city, when a lot of the erosion issues are based on the pond, and that's an engineering issue that wasn't addressed properly to begin with if the water is not draining through the culverts properly into the creek. We're somewhat being penalized for that. And I'd like to think that council, with all their wisdom later this evening, will realize that maintaining the beach is an integral part of daily use at the beach. And it would be helpful if that was included in the plan moving forward. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. Questions for Mr. Feinstein? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And just maybe if I could get some clarification from Ms. Miller. This has probably been maybe 5, 6, 7 times that this zero maintenance to the beach is happening, where that is not the case. But maybe you just give a lot more detail, maybe just start with the difference between an environmental protected zone. Once all the construction and the rehabilitation is finished, what it'll look like on a, weekly basis, please.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor McCann. Yes, there's been a lot of comments about maintenance, and I'll clarify my earlier comment. When I talk about not actively maintaining the beach, what we mean is not grooming it. We have a grooming machine that you will see in other beaches, and what we're talking about is continuing to ensure that the beach area is safe. So if there is rutting that is happening because of drainage issues, then certainly staff will be addressing that, but we won't be grooming it on a daily or a weekly basis, as has happened in previous years. And certainly the comments with respect to drainage and the washouts, our memo did indicate that we are aware of that, and there will be action taken to reinforce the vegetation and address that drainage. And again, we will be maintaining the environmental protection area in a way that is consistent with that zone, which is to ensure that the sensitivity of those lands are dealt with properly, as opposed to a park either at the upper part of Wilkins or has recently been commented at Hearst. Those are open space zones, and so they're dealt with differently, and how staff need to maintain those is a bit of a different approach, but nothing at Wilkins will be left in an unsafe manner.
Okay, thank you.
And just a follow-up, Mary Lehman, if you don't mind, please, to Ms. Miller. And just, I just want to get this to be crystal clear. Right now, the maintenance, if there, I believe is it daily or is it twice a day in the summertime that we've got maintenance going down to take a look at the garbage?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. Certainly last year we increased our service level there to definitely have daily, and if the crews were able to get there more than once a day, they certainly did. And we do hear the request for additional garbage pickup, and we'll do everything we can to ensure that that level of service can be provided as resources allow.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Miller. And Mr. Dave Ferrari did an excellent job, responding whenever there was excess garbage. And that service will still be available if there is garbage, down in the park, and they call either their counselor or city staff. Then there will be a maintenance individual going down to pick up the debris. Correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. Certainly a call to service Barrie would allow our crews to be alerted to the fact that there is a need for additional garbage, and they will get there as soon as they can. And certainly there are some challenges with this location, just because we can't get truck vehicles down there to do the garbage, and the crews do need to haul it out. But yes, they have done an excellent job at ensuring that that they can pull that out.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Feinstein? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
And our next deputant, I think, also withdrew her request to make a deputation. That was Cindy Giller. Greg and Tracy Steffens, I understand we do not have them online at the moment. No. And I think it's possible they had given their time to Ms. Campbell. Last, we have our emergency deputation request, and that is Tim Tremaine. Tim, do we have Tim on the line? Yes, we do. All right. Welcome to Barrie City Council, and you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation.
Good evening, Mayor Lehman and councilors, and thank you for the opportunity to address council with respect to the beach. I'm not going to go over a lot of what's already been said, although I would echo the sentiment as to how valuable this beach is to our community. I live on Camelot Square with my 3 children, and I look forward to teaching an 18-month-old to swim on what is one of the only shallow access sandy beaches, on this side of the shore. I also wanted to speak to a couple of other issues that haven't been mentioned yet. I actually had the privilege of walking the beach with Mr. Hathaway and Councillor McCann earlier in the week, and while we were there, a city official was actually there taking pictures. So it was nice to see so much action in such a short period to address the issue. In the 9 years I've lived here, I've watched the usage of the beach and the trails change somewhat. I'm lucky enough to work from home, and I log birds all day, and was sitting in my kitchen window, as do some of my neighbors. The beach is actually under normal usage is actually kept very well, in my opinion. The extenuating circumstances of last summer certainly produced some of the shocking images we all saw. And because I walked that trail, which includes a trip to the beach almost every day, I observed some of that firsthand. But in reflecting on what I saw, a lot of that abuse came from a very small number of people, and it was people that were not using it for what it was originally intended. They were trying to have family reunions and put up tents and barbecues. Outside of those groups, and to be fair, even some of those groups did attempt to clean up after themselves, but had nowhere to put the refuse. So they left it at the tops of stairs and things like that. Under normal use, I think the beach is respected, and I think the environment is respected down there. And in reviewing and having conversations with Councillor McCann, I think the issues to address the drainage, maintain the sand, I wholeheartedly support them all. And with Mr. Hathaway's enthusiasm, I volunteered to organize community ambassadors to be trained on how to find turtle nests. So I think there is an active community here that would absolutely step up. Because I do walk the trails every day, I can attest to what some others have spoken to. We do walk the trails with garbage bags, and we do pick up after it. In fact, we have 4 grade schools and 2 high schools that use this as active classroom. Just a week ago, I watched a local grade school having boat races they had constructed in class down the stream under the bridge, and the teacher was timing it. I think, taking that a step further and inviting organizations like Mr. Hathaway's, into not only talk about what's right at that beach. I took Mr. Hathaway on a walk down the trails to look at a couple of the ponds. And he was, I learned more in 5 minutes standing there with him than I may have in the last 9 years walking past those ponds every day. So I think there is a real valuable asset for the community beyond those of us that live right there. Although I won't understate how important it is to my family. It's why we moved here from Toronto, quite frankly, was access to those trails and the beach. It's why we chose the street we did. I'm just looking through my notes here. I do agree that the wastewater runoff, needs to be addressed, but Councillor McCann shared his ideas with me with respect to widening culverts and things like that, and it all made perfect sense, and I believe is a low-cost solution. The one issue that I did hear that it was a little concerning for me was one of Ms. Miller's comments with respect to environmental designations that would preclude from putting buoys back out there. The beach is in very close proximity to Chicken Beach, which is a very popular local boating spot. It's a swimming hole. And I think those buoys, not only act as safety barriers for the young children that swim in those shallow waters, they also create a barrier that keeps boats from entering and using that sand beach to park and come up. And I can't believe that, placing buoys with, removable cement blocks would be more of an environmental harm than not having barriers that would keep boats from that shoreline. Mr. McCann, or Councillor McCann, and I actually observed someone in a fishing boat actually come down that stream and set up his little stove on the side. So, it's the first time I've seen that in 9 years. So again, it's not the majority of use, but I think in, the dead of summer when people are looking for somewhere to get on shore, I think those buoys afford protection for swimmers, which is extremely important, and also protection for that shoreline from boats and personal watercraft entering that area. With that said, I'm more than happy to help in any way in organizing the community. It is a wonderful neighborhood with people that have rallied around all kinds of things, the construction of the park, and building ice rinks. And I know when asked, many people would step up to support the trail system and protect that beach. So thank you for the time. And yes, thank you for devoting so much attention to what I think is a pretty valuable community asset.
Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. Mr. Tremaine, any questions for Tim? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and to Mr. Tremaine, thank you for all your kind words and all your insight. Just to give a little feedback on who you are, you're one of the specialists in bird species, and you track, I think, 60 different species of birds in the area. And you can correct me once Ms. Miller maybe comments on a couple of the questions about the buoys that you're talking about. So Ms. Miller, through you, Mayor Lehman, please. Could you maybe comment on the buoys? I understand there's swimming buoys and there's boating buoys, right? And the boating buoys, is there an opportunity to put them up this year as well?
Ms. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. Certainly staff are looking at some options for dealing with the concerns that have been expressed with respect to the swimming buoys. The challenge that we have is that the swimming buoys essentially create the formalized swimming area, which the environmental protection zone doesn't allow. So we are looking for some alternatives, and certainly we will do everything we can to try and find a solution to this. And we will be able to report back as we continue with the implementation of this project if council chooses to move forward.
Ms. Miller, local neighbors that have properties on the water in that area actually put out large inflatable yellow buoys to keep boats away from their docking systems. So it's already occurring along that shoreline. It's the neighboring property actually, and I believe it's a brilliant way to keep boats away from that area as well. And also by keeping boats further from shore, you create less wake and you create less erosion on that beach and that point as well. So, I'd encourage anything you could to keep boat traffic a safe distance from that point.
Okay, we appreciate the extra information, Mr. Tremaine. Unfortunately, we can't do back and forth with deputants tonight. We do need to keep moving. That's okay. Councilor McCann, did you have any other questions for the deputant?
No, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. And thanks, Mr. Tremaine, for the information and the offer of assistance. I know there's many people in this neighborhood who feel very strongly and want to be part of the solution. So thanks for being here tonight. I will just call now for the names that we did not get on that did register but have not yet been here tonight, that we didn't hear somebody else was speaking for. So I think that's just Steve and Gregory Cummings. Have we got either Steve or Greg Cummings on the call at the moment? No. Okay, did we have anyone else that I've missed, Madam Clerk? I'm just looking at my list. Brandon Elliott, registered, but I think just Claire spoke. Okay, I don't think we have anyone else that we've missed. So I believe that completes the deputations for this evening. Members of council, we're just about at 2 hours. Do you wish a recess or do you wish to continue? Does anybody want a recess? Yes, several members do. Okay, I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at exactly, well, it would be an 11-minute recess. We will reconvene at exactly 9 o'clock. We'll call back to order. 10-minute recess, 11-minute recess. All right, I'll just ask everybody to come back into the call and we will reconvene City Council. Okay, I will call City Council back to order. Thank you again to those on the call who made deputations tonight. That matter will be up very shortly. Deputy Mayor Ward, we are ready for the committee reports. Go ahead.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section A of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, 2021 is circulated to be adopted. You're on mute.
Yeah, I was just calling over to the clerk who's got the motion form. Sorry about that. Deputy Mayor Ward, just bear with us for a moment. I'm going to take a shot at this even though I don't have the paper. It's moved by Deputy Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson.
Yeah.
All right. That Section A of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, here we are, as circulated be adopted. This is the consent items from Planning Committee on March 23rd. Comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of Section A of the Planning Committee report. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Section B, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, the Section B of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, 2021 is circulated to be received.
It is moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section B of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, 2021 as circulated be received. This is to receive the report of the public meeting. It was for the 821 Big Bay Point Road application in Ward 10. It's to receive the report of the public meeting. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor of Section B, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Thank you. We have a Section C for the Planning Committee.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, the Section C of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, 2021 is circulated to be received.
It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, 2021 as circulated be received. This is the affordable housing report, the monitoring report 2018 to 2020. Comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Ward, did you have a question or just ready to vote? All right, I'll call the question. Those in favor of Section C. Anybody opposed to it? No, that carries. Thank you. Section D, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section D of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, 2021 is circulated to be adopted.
Thank you. And I should have noted that last section was the presentation on the monitoring report. The actual report itself is Section E. They're both on the same subject, but the Section C was just the presentation. So Section D is the application for an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, 180 and 190 Ferndale Drive North, 59 and 61 Sproul Drive. It is Section D of the Planning Committee report from March 23rd, and it is moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Are there any comments or questions on Section D? Councillor Kungle, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I thought it was opportune, so I have no concerns with supporting the motion as tabled. But because we've got so many items this evening that do talk about affordable housing, and we've got our task groups starting up and many are watching tonight, I did want to take a moment to compliment staff on that memo. It's a 40-page memo, and on the development, it does talk a bit about 36 of the overall units being focused on ones that are a bit more affordable. And there's some really great data for those. I know I've been asked a lot about it around what is affordable housing in Barrie. And there are different rates when we talk a bit about affordability, and the formula used for home ownership versus rental rates. So I wanted to pause just to say, for those interested in some of the really great information about how we're looking at affordable housing, page 14 of that 40-page report has some really great content in it. And again, wanted to thank staff for that memo.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Congo. Any other comments or questions on section D? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of section D, please. Any opposed? None. That carries. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Section E, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section E of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, 2021 is circulated be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section E of the Planning Committee report dated March 23rd, 2021 as circulated be adopted. This is the report of the Affordable Housing Monitoring Report. Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, Mayor Lehman, I thought we were on section D.
No, I just called the question on section D. Sorry, did you have a comment? Or
No, it was, yeah, I apologize. I lost my spot there. I apologize. Yeah, it was nothing. We received a correspondence with question D, and I just wanted to let the person know that that'll be done with at the section, at the official plan.
Site plan.
The site plan, sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Yes, I know the correspondence you're talking about, and thanks for raising it. It is a site plan matter that can be dealt with through the plan of subdivision and site plan. So to the person who sent that in, thanks for answering that and noting it. So just moving on with section E, are there any comments or questions on the affordable housing report? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Anybody opposed to that? That carries, and that completes Planning Committee from March 23rd. We'll move on to General Committee from March 29th. Section A, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, the section A of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 is circulated to be adopted.
It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section A of the General Committee report dated March 29th is circulated be adopted. We had two items that were withdrawn on here. I should just note this is the consent agenda, but the Bill 197 item and the Upper York Region Sewage Solutions item, while they appear on this motion, they were withdrawn. So what you are approving is actually just that the items were withdrawn. The other items all went on consent. Any comment or question on section A? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of section.
There's not an amendment coming forward. Sorry, I have one in front of me, but maybe it's not coming forward.
Oh, my apologies. Did anyone have an amendment?
Councillor Jim Harris.
Oh, okay. Yes, so I see that one is in this area, and that is with regards to the recognition of COVID-19 victims. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. So go ahead, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. There's a lot in there in that section A.
Yeah, there is.
So, I was cycling through all the amendments. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Thompson. That motion 21G073 of section A of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 concerning the recognition of COVID-19 victims be amended by adding the following paragraph as follows. That in order to properly recognize the victims of COVID-19, all requests or recommendations for memorials be referred to the city clerk to maintain the list until the COVID-19 pandemic is declared over, at which time the city clerk will review the requests with Municipal Naming Working Group or the appropriate departments for evaluation and response through a report back to General Committee. So put that on the floor.
Okay, thank you. We have an amendment. It's moved by Councillor Jim Harris and seconded by Councillor Rob Thompson. That motion 21G73 of section A of the General Committee report be concerning the recognition of COVID-19 victims be amended by adding the following paragraph. That in order to properly recognize the victims of COVID-19, all requests or recommendations for memorials be referred to the city clerk to maintain the list until the COVID-19 pandemic is declared over, at which time the city clerk will review the requests with the Municipal Naming Working Group of the appropriate departments for evaluation and response through a report back to General Committee. Councillor Jim Harris, would you care to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. It's pretty self-explanatory, and thank you for the opportunity just to quickly mention that as we sit here in the, hopefully, I'm not even going to say what stage of our pandemic, but we all hope we're getting near the end, that certainly we've lost citizens, family, friends, colleagues and such. So there will be representation, and having something done in a coordinated and planned fashion it would be appropriate. So this would help us do that in a respectful way.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Does anyone wish to speak to this amendment? Okay, Councillor Riepma and then Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support the amendment. And the reason for doing that is that tomorrow night at the City Building Committee, we also have another proposal coming forward from the Rotary Club. And I think it does make eminent sense to put all of these suggestions that we're getting together, and hopefully we can get the various parties that are making proposals to work together and to really develop something that is very worthwhile. So I'm in support of Councillor Harris's amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Councillor Jim Harris, your motion as tabled, I support it. It makes sense. If different organizations, different groups want to contribute, work together, whether it be monetary or volunteer, that's great. Is there flexibility in your amendment for organizations that right now express to us where we want to contribute and an unspecified amount of money or assistance, but they essentially want to be taken up on that now? Whereas if I'm just wondering if your amendment, if it's ongoing, and let's say it's ongoing for another 12 months, another 16 months, and whether it be Rotary or BDAR says, well, we allocated it in our internal governance, X number of dollars, X number of volunteers. We kind of need a decision sooner than later. Would if this amendment was ratified tonight, would that limit flexibility for them to express that to the clerk and then to council? I just don't want to turn away a group that today, tomorrow, next week is willing to contribute, but they're a bit on a timeline for budgetary reasons or for resources, and they essentially get put in this queue, in this hold pattern. I'm wondering if your amendment has flexibility. I'm all for doing it together, unified, at the right time, whatever time that may be. I just don't want us to lose an interested organization down the pipeline because they were stuck in the pipeline.
Thank you, Councilor Morales. It's a great point. That's why, even in saying it, starting with not jinxing us with an end date, but obviously some will be December 31st fiscal, some will be March 31st fiscal maybe. And if they have their funds, would that be a detriment to be able, if this doesn't, I don't even want to say it when this ends this fiscal, but so it's a good question. I don't know if that the city clerk, and this is going to city clerk, if I could through you, Mayor Lehman, maybe ask Ms. Cook if there was comment about if there was financial donation or financial considerations that, and depending on where we were, knowing that we've talked about this being when the pandemic is declared over. So if that's okay.
Sure, Madam Clerk. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Jim Harris and Councillor Morales. There's certainly, they can certainly put the request into me, and if there's a timeline due to budget constraints or something along those lines, I can certainly bring it forward to the executive management team or the departments to discuss that, and we can potentially report back to council via memorandum if there is an individual request that for some reason would like to try and do something sooner than later.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cook. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. That was really the origin of my question. I don't want to lose a community group because of an amendment that's actually designed to help bring everybody together and facilitate it. So if that's the case, I'll be supportive of the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morales. Any other comments on the amendment? Councillor McCann.
Real quickly, I'll be supporting this amendment and just wanted to let council know I had, I think, 4 veterans reach out to me basically asking for this same amendment. I'm not sure if Councillor Harris and Councillor Thompson had the same veterans reach out to them. So I think this is good work. So thanks, Councillor Harris.
Excuse me. Thanks, Councillor McCann. Any other comments or questions? Pardon me. Frog in my throat. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. Okay. Any opposed? None. That carries. On the main motion as amended, are there any further comments, questions, or amendments on section A? Seeing none, I will call the question on the motion as amended. Those in favor? Are any opposed? None. That carries. Thank you very much. Section B, please, Deputy Mayor.
By myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section B of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 is circulated to be received.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Section B of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 as circulated be received. It's to receive the City of Barrie's Community Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan update. To receive the report. Comments or questions on section B? Seeing none, those in favor of section B, please indicate. Is anyone opposed? None. That carries. Section C, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section C of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 is circulated to be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section C of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 is circulated be adopted. This is with regards to waterfront access and beaches and the new parks regulations regarding the use of barbecues and tent structures and the parks use bylaw. I have, I believe, 7 amendments. Councillor McCann, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And for those that are watching, this is about Wilkins and the rest of the beaches. So that motion 21G075 of section C of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 concerning the waterfront access and beaches, summary of COVID impacts and addressing growth, related impacts be amended by deleting paragraph 2 and replacing it with the following. That staff and operations department with assistance from development service department work with Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority to design, permit, and implement ecological restoration plans for those lakes and creeks shorelines that are illustrated in Appendix A to the memorandum concerning the following up staff report, DEV 008-21, waterfront access and beaches, summary of COVID impacts and addressing growth, related impacts dated April 12, 2021, prior to the end of 2021.
Okay, the first amendment's moved by Councillor McCann, seconded by Councillor Harvey. That motion 21G75 of section C of the General Committee report be amended by deleting paragraph 2, replacing it with the following: that staff in the operations department with assistance from the development services department work with the Conservation Authority to design, permit, and implement ecological restoration plans for those lake and creek, there we go, shorelines, as illustrated in Appendix A to the memorandum concerning a follow-up to staff report DEV 0821 prior to the end of 2021. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. We had 20 or 14, 15 plus deputations today talking about Wilkins Beach, and many, many more residents in Ward 10 have this beach close to the heart because it's a beach that now is hopefully going to become a park that they use on a daily basis. Just in the past 2 weeks since we passed in General Committee, I was down there, I believe, close to 15, 16 times. And not once did I go down there other than maybe yesterday when it was raining, that I didn't see at least 30, 40, 50 people from ages from, toddlers to, people well into their 80s and 90s and plus. And so this is like many deputants said, this is about mental illness. This is about a way of life, and this is about lifestyle. So we, 2 weeks ago, General Committee staff came up with a plan and said we must protect the environment, and wanted to shut the beach down and do all the restoration so this beach is sustainable, become a park, delist the park, and make it better for the future. Well, what we do as city councilors, we listen to the people that voted us in, and I had many residents come up and give me their plans. And there was a common theme that I was listening from most of the residents. And the common theme is what Andrea Miller and I sat down and talked with a high level of discussion that we think is a great, not a good, but a great middle ground that's seconded in her memorandum. And maybe what I'll do is I'll just go over some of the high level areas that are proposed in the memorandum, and hopefully council has had time to read that memorandum. Delisting the beach, you know, I believe that Miss Miller said quite frankly, we need to delist the beach because it's an environmental protected zone. You know, and now that'll actually take it off all official websites, any tourism sites, and we're going to work hard at getting it off Google. The fact of the matter is that we can track how many people are looking at Wilkins Beach and other beaches through our websites and through the tourism board. And quite frankly, we're not seeing a lot. So I'm really at the belief that the biggest, if you want to call it quote unquote culprit to attracting people to this beach is because of Google. So I've talked to Miss Miller today, and she assures me that that is going to be one of her big concerns is delisting it from Google as well. Second thing is the drainage. I think Tim Tremaine and quite a few other deputants talked about the drainage. I actually brought one of my friends who specializes in drainage to come down to the beach with me, and he said, yeah, you know, this is what it needs to be done. I concurred with Kevin Rakin, our city staff member who specializes, and he concurred before I could actually tell him, you know, what my specialist said. And quite frankly, actually, Councillor Thompson, I think within, you know, 45 seconds actually described what is needed too. So I brought Councillor Thompson down as he's got a specialty in construction and in environment. So that I believe is that is going to be addressed. And Jim Harris, you were there too, but I just didn't hear any great comments about the drainage. And once again, fencing, you know, I think that fencing isn't a want, it's a need, and we're gonna, you know, fence off the peak, and that is been trampled. That beach needs to breathe. It needs some time away from humans. It's, you know what, I'm not sure, actually, I think it was actually Councillor Harris that really said that this is one of the most breathtaking spots in Barrie, and it is. So we need to protect that by stopping the flow of people so this area can breathe. And I think Miss Miller and her team have got a great plan that's pointed out in Appendix A that really shows that they're going to you know, fence off that peninsula area, but it's going to leave lots of sand left for residents to go and enjoy in the sand. So that's the first thing. Second thing is the minnows, the turtles, the snakes, the frogs. We need to bring those back, the ecology of the area, and fencing the creek is, once again, isn't a want, it's a need. This area is being trampled a lot by human footprint, but also just by natural erosion. So once again, we need this area to breathe, and whether that's temporary for a year or whether it takes 2 years, this is something that is, like I say, needs to get done. And the beautiful thing is that deputants and people listening, you know, we've got the ability on a yearly basis to reassess the beach, and council has the authority to make the proper changes. And that's what's going to happen on a year-to-year basis. And I believe this beach is going to have a lot of great ambassadors through the Safe Turtle program, through the Adopt a Park program. So this beach is going to have a lot of, if you want to say, quote unquote, protectors. Zero tolerance. I mean, I've talked to Tammy Banting, I've talked to our clerk, Wendy Cook, and this needs to be, because we're in a COVID year, needs to be a zero tolerance year. I think that this beach has had enough publicity through our news channels, through our social media, through council, through the city of Barrie, that we need to protect this beach, and footpaths, you know, and the sustainability of that beach needs to slow down the foot traffic. And I think once you hear what else I'm proposing tonight, and hopefully get council support, that happens. You know, we just increased enforcement, and we've just also passed successfully, unanimously, that all beaches will have 0 tents and 0 barbecues. We don't have any washrooms down there, so I do believe it was let me just get her name here. I do believe it was April Monroe that talked about not having any facilities down there. So you really are going to have now attracting people that want to use this beach on a short-term basis, because there is no facilities, there isn't any cooking areas. So I can't see any people looking to stay there long-term. Once again, protecting the sustainability of this environment. We're going to have, last year, because of COVID, it really amplified the amount of people that were on the beach from outside of Barrie, perceived to be outside of Barrie anyways. And we implemented, I believe in August, a couple months too late, to be quite frank. But once we implemented the no parking and only parking for Barrie residents, I believe one of the deputants by the name of Jake, let me get his last name, Jake Vella, I had extensive conversations with him and his neighbors, that once the no parking signs went up, that dramatically the next weekend, the foot traffic stopped. So I'm not sure if all the councillors know the impact of that no parking signage had last summer. It had a huge impact in that area. Secondly, cars will be towed. Down the road, I'm going to be implementing a no towaway zone, and that's also going to relieve the non-residents from parking down there. There's such thing as rule followers and rule breakers. The rule followers, we don't have to do much because they follow the rules. Unfortunately, we have rule breakers in our society, and they're the ones that may look at the $100 fine and actually may just say, forget it, I'll pay it. And that's what's disrupting the flow of the beach. And everything else I have is an amendment moving forward, Mayor Lehman. I know I went on there, but I believe it was all meat. It wasn't sizzle. This is a big deal to the residents of Ward 10. It's a big deal to city staff. It's a big deal to me. And just by talking to a majority of council and yourself, Mayor Lehman, I know it's a big deal to you. So hopefully I'll get this council support.
Sorry, trying to get off mute there. Thanks, Councillor McCann. So the amendment is on the floor. Is there discussion? Members of council who wish to speak? All right, then I'm just going to call the question. Those in favor of this amendment, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Thanks very much, Councillor McCann. I know you have a number of others. Go ahead.
We'll just leave my mute off. Okay, second one is I move by myself, second by Councillor Gary Harvey, that motion 21G075 of section C of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 concerning waterfront access beaches, summary of COVID impacts and addressing growth, related impacts by amending the following paragraphs. That staff and transit and parking strategy department administer a visitor waterfront parking pass pilot program for 2021 at Wilkins and Dock Road waterfront areas as follows. It's got A, B, C, and D. A, each household is entitled to 5 free passes to be picked up from Service Barrie upon proof of residency or mailed out upon request. B, the pass is only available to residents' addresses where the waterfront spillover parking restrictions are currently placed in the Wilkins and Dock Road waterfront area as identified in traffic bylaw 2020-107 as amended. C, that each pass will be valid for 1 day and can be used from June 15th to September 15th, 2021, at which point the program will expire. The cost of producing the permit be funded from the parking reserve to the upset limit of $1,000.
Okay, we have an amendment moved by Councillor McCann, seconded by Councillor Harvey, that the same motion regarding waterfront access and beaches be amended by adding the following paragraph: that staff and transit and parking administer a visitor waterfront parking pass pilot program for 2021 at the Wilkins and Dock Road waterfront areas as follows. Each household is entitled to 5 free passes to be picked up from Service Barrie upon proof of residency or mailed out upon request. B, the pass is only available to residential addresses where the waterfront spillover parking restrictions are currently in place in the Wilkins and Dock Road waterfront areas. that each pass will be valid for 1 day and can be used from June 15th to September 15th. D, that the cost of producing the permits be funded from the parking reserve to an upset limit of $1,000. Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll be really brief here. You know, I take away COVID where we're not having grouping or family friends, and this is going to pass. And, you know, friends have a lot of people entertaining. And so what I'd hate to do is restrict, because of the heavy restriction on parking on the roads, friends and family. So what I wanted to do is have this citywide. I talked to Rebecca James Reed and Britt McFarquhar, and we came up with a great solution that would have a pilot project that would allow the residents in Dock Road and in Wilkins to have temporary passes for their visitors. And if it's successful, then it's going to be brought back to council, and this will be put out throughout the whole city, hopefully on a digital basis, where it's very little cost to the city and very little time for the residents. Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions on this amendment? Councillor Kungl, then Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor McCann. With respects to one of the delegates making a comment or deputation comment about promoting an increase of the no parking area for more than 1 kilometer, I just wanted to pause to see if that was something you were considering. If it is, just noting that that could impact then the cost that's being projected here. And item number B, that talks a bit about the actual spillover parking restriction areas. So just didn't know if that was something you were considering, or if you're staying firm with the 1 kilometer radius.
I don't think we're amending the radius at all in this particular motion, Councillor Kungl, but Councillor McCann, did you want to speak to that?
Sure, I'll just answer no. I mean, the beautiful thing is that we're going to be able to monitor this. This is a pilot project, so with pilot projects, it's you know, it's definitely enforcement, but it's also fact finding. So as it stands, no, I won't be increasing.
Okay, thank you. I just saw that if you did look at further on, it would impact this motion as written. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Councillor Jim Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So yeah, this is interesting. I noticed, I just wanted a clarification and maybe through you to staff that, so there's 5 passes per household that would be impacted by those temporary restrictions, and they would be 1-day passes. Am I reading that correctly? So 1 time, 1 use, and then that pass is gone for the summer?
That's how I read it.
Yeah,
go
through
ahead.
Mayor Lehman to Councillor Harris. Yes, we have a pass that we're considering using if this passes, which has a scratch off. So you would scratch off the month and you'd scratch off the day. So it would allow you to have the flexibility as the resident to choose the days. And so that's what we're proposing at this time. And as Councillor McCann mentioned, and I know councillors eagerly awaiting this, we are working on the digital permitting. We're just not ready to be able to commit to having that in place by this summer for the June 15th date.
Okay. Thank you very much. Like with that noted, and I realize this is different than I think people going to the beach. I know people who live in those areas, when they have guests, now they've got this parking issue. I had a resident last year trying to celebrate a graduation, and all of a sudden there's these parking restrictions on Jean that weren't there before. So how do I celebrate, you know, so I was wondering, and I should have reached out earlier, I apologize for this, but I was thinking about an amendment to include, because I have also in Ward 8 that Tyndale and Manette's who would be similarly impacted residents who have guests who now have this new, they want it for the overflow parking from the beach, but it takes a bit of it, pros and cons to everything. Now when their friends, family have an event, they can't officially park. So I would maybe like to add an amendment and maybe after Dock Road, comma, Tyndale and Manette's Point would be added. And I know it has to be right. I could send that if that's, if I could put that amendment on the floor.
Sure. Okay. So you need a seconder, Councillor.
Sorry. Yeah.
Harris.
Thank you. Yeah. So
Councillor Thompson, I see you happen, or Councillor Natalie Harris, I see both of you. So we'll say moved by Councillor Jim Harris, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we add the words Tyndall and Manette's Point areas after Wilkins and Dock Road. waterfront areas.
Mayor Lehman, I think that Councillor Ritma may want to join in that party.
I was thinking there might be a number of councillors who want to join in on this party. Councillor Elwin, Councillor Ritma, I saw Councillor Ritma, you indicated, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really am quite impressed with the scratch and win idea of the parking pass. And I'm thinking also that the residents in the area of Johnson's Beach have exactly the same problem as Councillor Harris alluded to. So I'm just wondering whether this is suitable for adding also the Johnson's Beach area. So I don't know whether Councillor Harris would accept that as a friendly, and then we can just do this a little quicker.
Looks like he does. Yes, I too like the Nevada scratch and win parking passes here. These are great. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, I would just want to check with Ms. James Reed, since we're adding more areas, if the cost, the upset limit would need to be adjusted.
Well, and the feasibility. So I was actually going to go to Ms. James Reed. If these 3 areas are added, first of all, can the department deliver it? And secondly, what would it cost?
Thank you. We're trying to quickly estimate on the fly here. We're estimating it would be at least $1,000 for each additional beach area that requests this. So we would just have to add that along to the final element of the motion. In terms of the delivery, it will be, we would be asking residents to call Service Barrie for the request. So it would not be mailing out to all the areas that are within that 500 meters of the waterfront access. And we would have to ask for some patience. As you know, Service Barrie is very busy right now helping with the vaccine clinic phone numbers, but we would do our very best. Certainly, we thought it was doable for the one beach, but it just may take a little bit longer. So as long as there's some understanding on that regard, we can do it.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to add Tyndall, Minette's, and Johnson's. And if I heard Ms. James Reed right, that $1,000 needs to be $4,000 in paragraph D. Councillor Jim Harris, are you okay with amending the number? Councillor Aylwin?
Thanks for I think it would make sense for us to add Centennial as well, considering it is the busiest beach of all our beaches, and so there are more residents impacted there than anywhere else. So I would love to see that added as well, and I guess an additional cost of $1,000.
Okay, Councillor Jim Harris, it was your amendment originally. Can I add Centennial, or would you like to do that separately?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely happy with the additions of Johnson and Centennial, absolutely.
Okay, so we will make that $5,000 as an upset limit in accordance with the estimate from Ms. James Reed. Okay, on the amendment, Councillor McCann. And then, Councillor McCann, I'm going to actually go to Councillor Thompson first. He did indicate first, and then I will keep a speakers list. So go ahead, Councillor Thompson, on the amendment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman. Other to Councillor McCann or to any of the other councillors with beaches, as we're in the stay-at-home order for the first, nobody knows for how long, but would this be only offered if that was lifted?
Yeah,
Very
sure.
good
If
point.
you want me to speak, Mayor Lehman?
Sure, Councillor McCann.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a given. You know, I think that I don't think we need to put that in the motion unless we do, Mayor Lehman. But if the provincial government is telling us to stay home and we can't group, then obviously there's no need to have extra friends and family passes.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Ms. James Reed, I guess it goes without saying you wouldn't be rolling this out if there is still a stay-at-home order on June 15th.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. We're going to need a few weeks to kind of get this organized anyway. So let's hope that things will be improved at that time. And if not, we could communicate that through our corporate channels.
Perfect. I love your optimism, and I'll be in support of this. And just with all the discussion, Ward 5 still got the nicest splash pad, and we are not building a beach.
Fair point, Councillor Thompson. Next, I have Councillor McCann, then Deputy Mayor Ward, then Councillor Morales.
Yeah, just real quick, Mayor Lehman, I just want to maybe discuss the math. I mean, Tyndale and Dock are 1,000, and then Manette's would be 1,000, which makes it 2,000. Johnson's would be 3, and then would Centennial be 2,000, or would that be 1? You just mentioned 5, and I just wanted to clarify that.
So I'd counted Tyndall, Manette's, Johnson, and Centennial, each as $1,000 in addition to the original 1,000.
Yeah. So my original has two beach areas, right? Dock and
okay. Well, let's go to Ms. James Reed. Ms. James Reed, you're doing the two. Well, let's cut to the chase. How much money is required in your estimation to implement this program if the amendment passes?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman and members of council. We are anticipating at least $5,000. I think the Centennial area is the most significant with all the condos. And I should note for council that including Centennial would potentially have a draw on your revenue at Centennial. The other beaches obviously are not paid beaches. They're all resident only beaches. So that would actually be a factor as well. And we would, it would all impact the parking reserve.
Okay, do we need a different figure than 5,000?
We're comfortable with 5,000 for the actual passes, but I would suggest, and maybe the clerk would like to remove the word pilot now that, unless we just want to pilot for the summer in all the beaches.
Yeah, I was certainly understanding this to be this year only, and then if it works out, we might continue it next year. Okay, so it sounds like 5,000 is the right number. On the amendment, sorry, Councillor McCann, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm good.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Ward, I have you next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Maybe just on that point, I think these passes are only for people that are parking on the street. They're not going to be for people parking in the parking lot at Johnson Beach or at Centennial Beach. I mean, there'd be people parking on Shanty Bay Road or on Ellen Street, that sort of thing. I don't think this program is meant for people parking in parking lots. Is that correct? Is that the intention, Councillor Harris or Councillor McCann or Councillor Elwin? I think it's for people parking in those street areas that we've required permits.
Councillor Harris?
I can answer. Yeah, from my perspective, yes. It's again, the beach that these are tucked inside neighborhoods. So people now are impacted by the overflow parking regulations, so that when they have guests and friends over, family over, they now have these parking restrictions that limit those activities.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was that type of unintended consequence that I wanted to avoid.
There are streets like Ellen Street that are downtown that have parking. I think those are the areas we want to cover, not people that are going to be parking out at Centennial Beach itself, correct? Just want to make that clear. So it's not going to take from our revenue, I don't think.
Yeah, okay.
Good
point, Deputy Mayor Ward, go ahead.
And I had another point too. I'm just looking for clarification, probably from staff on, I support this. I'm looking for clarification on staff of these. I can't remember, have we made these summer parking requirements permanent now? I'm trying to remember. The ones on the streets that you need a pass to park near Wilkins Beach and you need a pass to park near on Shanty Bay Road. Is that a permanent thing we have in now?
Ms. James Reed.
Thank you. Through you to Deputy Mayor Ward. Yes, the parking spillover parking policy was approved as part of the parking strategy. So that's in effect from June 15th to September 15th. And that was in consultation with each of the ward councillors. As part of that delegated authority, there is some flexibility as we go through the summer that if a ward councillor is hearing problems, you can modify the distance up to a certain distance from the waterfront access point. So we do have some flexibility. And then to your earlier question, as my reference to the revenue in the Centennial Beach area is that a lot of the side streets in that area do have paid parking, whereas at some of the other areas from the other neighborhood beaches do not have the paid parking.
Right. Okay. Sorry, just trying to figure out, are there signs up that are up year round and just say those restrictions are in for certain hours, or we put up new signs every summer?
We will be putting signs up right this spring. The work is just underway because of the winter. We weren't able to put that up, so they will be going up and will be remaining up.
they'll say no parking except by with a path between. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Next, I have Councillor Morales on the
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. To Ms. James Reed. So for this program, are we, if once we, let's say this gets ratified, we mail them out, or the system gets implemented, and the stay-at-home order, I'm not so much thinking it gets extended, but I'm thinking a horrible scenario where we're lifted and then we go back into another one. They're already out there. So would city staff, considering that situation, invalidating them, making them not valid during stay-at-home order, and next implementation of a stay-at-home order? Because now essentially this pilot program would be undermining public health policy, unless right now we make it very clear that this is null and void during a provincial stay-at-home order. Ms. James Reed?
Thank you. Through you to members of council. I think that's actually a question for Ms. Banting as in terms of enforcement. So if I'm not sure if she's on the line, but if she is, perhaps she'd be better to answer that.
Ms. Banting.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Morales. Technically, any provincial regulations would supersede our bylaws. However, you are correct. Once they're out there, it's a little bit hard to tell people all of a sudden that they're no longer valid as of a certain point. The municipality would be required to do some sort of communication to try and get the message out there once those passes are out for that validation period. If the legislation changes, we unfortunately will run into that scenario where there will be people with, on one hand, technically a valid permit, on the other hand, now in breach of a provincial regulation, such as a no gathering and so on. So it will be an awkward moment if things happen to change or flip-flop, as we've seen over the past year.
So thank you, Ms. Banting. I have a follow-up question for you. So what about the scenario, let's call an out-of-towner Jimmy. And the way I'm going to understand is clear, those are the analogies. So an out-of-towner Jimmy, he and his family look to park on an offshoot street in one of these kind of locations. They can't, they're out-of-towners, they don't have a residential pass, and the lot, let's say Minette's, is full. In that scenario, they park anyways, they get a ticket. And they're talking to the bylaw officer, and the bylaw officer says, well, you're not allowed to park here. And then Jimmy goes, well, what about the car in front of me that didn't get a ticket? And they go, well, that person had a scratch ticket. Is that how the conversation would go, or am I interpreting that incorrectly?
Without the provincial regulation being in place, correct. That would be the exact conversation, that they do have a friends and family pass that was issued by the city, and they are permitted to park there.
So, okay. So yeah, this gets really problematic. So not only the fact that we're passing a potential pilot project that undermines public health policy, if it were to go back into lockdown and making it really hard to tell somebody, well, you didn't read the update on the press release on the city website that they're no longer valid during this point, which is very problematic. But then the second point is we're essentially telling people don't park on the side streets. We want to protect these neighborhoods of these kind of like little offshoot beaches and parks. But then we're almost providing an exemption to the friends and family of residents. So we're providing an exemption that is going to be a very visible issue when somebody does the same. They look at that car, they go, okay, they're doing it. And then that conversation of that two-tier double standard system. So this motion's a little bit problematic for me in that regard. It's also problematic just because, if I'm sure most people saw the numbers today, over 4,000 new cases. I remember when we were panicking over 700. I remember we were panicking over just coming in at over 1,000 a day. We're over 4,000 and the number is trending to like a devastating number. So this kind of two-tiered system that's hard to implement, putting bylaw officers in that awkward situation, an out-of-town resident who was probably willing to pay, but the lot might have been full and they saw another car and they went, so be it. I've said the comments before last year, ironically, somewhat related to bylaw enforcement, about losing the moral authority to enforce. And I'm really struggling with this. I get the intent. We're trying to find that happy balance, but And I get that it's a pilot project, but I'm trying to get past the accidentally, not purposely, but accidentally undermining future stay-at-home orders, as well as creating a two-tier system that would become problematic to communicate, at the very least, to bylaw officers. Aside from my personal opinion that that two-tier system is a little bit problematic. So.
Okay, so can I suggest some wording that maybe we can make this clear? Because I don't think there's any, I don't believe the movers had any intent of proceeding with inviting people to come and stay if there's a stay-at-home order. So my thought would be we could solve this with 5 words at the very beginning of the motion. And Councillor Jim Harris, if you'd be willing to add this to your amendment, the whole motion could start with that should public health restrictions allow, comma, staff in the transit and parking strategy development, and then the rest of the motion. So it makes it clear that council is only allowing this to proceed if public health restrictions allow. Would that capture everyone's concern, including especially yours, Councillor Morales?
It would. It's just, yeah, I'm struggling like with Ms. James Reed said it again. Once they're out there, they're out there. So it's just, I'm not on the front lines as a bylaw officer, so I just it's already a tough job enough as it is, and people can get very heated, right? Especially when they're out with their families, things of that nature. So, by the way, I'm not trying to walk away from the dumpster fire. It's just tough. So I don't really have an answer, but that gets us closer, Mayor Lehman.
Okay, Councillor Jim Harris, would you be willing to add that to your amendment?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll make that paragraph 2 of the amendment, and that is to add the words "should public health restrictions allow" at the very beginning of the motion. Paragraph 1 of the amendment was to add Tyndall, Manette's, Johnson's, and Centennial, and to change the amount to $5,000 from $1,000.
So with that on there, I'll follow up, Ms. Banting, with another question since I still have the floor. Since we're essentially saying no on-street parking in these specific locations beyond if it already has a designated parking lot. However, an exemption if you have your little scratch pass and if you display it. From a bylaw perspective, again, you have extensive decades of experience in this. Isn't a pass designed to give exemptions to people about a bylaw that you're trying to enforce, however well intended, about it being family and friends, however well intentioned? Doesn't that make it essentially harder to enforce the bylaw for the other people who may not have passes? Because intuitively, but I guess I want to ask you the question, it would definitely undermine the logic of people who don't get the scratch pass and go, well, I'm putting it there. And I'm just wondering if, again, while well-intentioned, this does make the job harder and doesn't actually solve the problem of the spillover traffic for the actual residents.
Ms. Banting?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Morales. A very quick answer to your question is yes, it does make it awkward. I believe the intent, though, of this pilot is to minimize the amount of permits that are out there. Now that we've increased the areas, however, that will obviously increase the number of permits. I know that the restriction was put in place, or the intent is to put in place only 5 per household. There, we always run the risk, and we run the risk with current permits that they are misused. So yes, it definitely can make it awkward from an enforcement perspective, and communication is key with respect to how they should be used. And if found in a location they're not permitted, or if duplicate permits are made, those types of scenarios, we try and deal with those from an enforcement perspective. But it can make it very awkward, yes, for staff, also for other people just understanding the process. You know, why can that car have one? Why can't I? Those types of scenarios.
Yeah, essentially because you don't know somebody. In terms of the, I like the points that previous councillors made about, well, you know, if it's a family event, a respectable, we'll clean up our garbage, a very small gathering. If it is a Barrie resident family, that Barrie resident family can invite people over. If they have somebody from out of town, a friend or a family visiting, they can park in their driveway and then they can all carpool to the location. So I think maybe that's a good solution. I know during Kempenfest, people were being encouraged to park at Bayfield Mall and take the shuttle and just kind of essentially not bring, 5 people are coming together, not bring 5 separate cars. And and park, but maybe kind of joint forces. So yeah, this is problematic. I don't like the two-tiered system of this. I don't like putting bylaw staff in that very awkward conversation, which will inevitably happen. And hopefully any solutions about friends and family visiting can be solved by, hey, why don't you arrive at my place, park in the driveway, and we'll go together. So I'll see where the discussion goes on this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor Harvey, you're next on the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we've really started to go a way different direction with the original intent was with this. I know there's been a lot of work done behind the scenes to get us to this initial motion. I think it's important, though, too, that we not muddy the waters too much, allow our bylaw officers to enforce the bylaws that are in effect. And when it comes to the current issues, when it comes to stay-at-home orders, if these scratch parking passes have not been printed as of yet, even something as simple as putting on those passes that it's not valid during a stay-at-home order will clear up the muddy waters that we seem to be going down right now. I don't know if Ms. James Reed can advise whether these passes need to be printed yet, or if they're already in the city's possession.
Ms. James Reed.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. The passes have not been purchased yet. We were awaiting the decision tonight.
Great, thank you. I'm comfortable leaving this in staff's hands. I'm sure they will make it quite clear that these passes are not to be used at stay-at-home orders, and will allow our bylaw officers to enforce the laws as they see fit.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. I think I had Councillor McCann. Did you want to speak again on this? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor Lehman, thanks so much. Councillor Harvey just took the words out of my mouth, and I've got a sample copy of what the pass will look like. And I did address Rebecca James Reed and Brent that, you can put not valid during a lockdown or something like that, or we can actually send a letter with these passes that will relieve, hopefully, Councillor Morales' anxiety over this. So hopefully we can move forward, and this will be great for the city of Barrie.
Okay, thanks, members of council. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet on the amendment who wishes to speak? Okay, yeah, I'm going to support this as well. I'm glad that it's actually being extended to some of the other areas. I can imagine quick howls of anger from the areas that don't have the pilot once the restrictions are in place and sort of word gets out. So I appreciate the other three councillors adding the areas. I'm glad staff can do that. Yeah, I mean, to the concern around the public health, I just don't think we should be issuing any kind of visitor passes at all if there's a stay-at-home order, whether or not they've got on it, don't use in the case of stay-at-home. I think we just shouldn't do it if the public health doesn't permit. So I think with the amendment, I'm going to support the language that's in the amendment. And I do appreciate the work that Councillor Harvey and McCann did on this particular issue. These restrictions were put in place last summer on the floor on very short notice, but they are becoming a 2-year pilot project for restrictions, and now actually have become permanent. So this is one of the side effects of it, and I imagine it won't be the last change we need to make. So I'll support the amendment, and I will call the question on it. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. Is anyone opposed? Councillor Morales. Okay, that carries. On the original amendment to create the program as amended, are there any further comments? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just maybe a question to staff, whether it's Ms. Clerk or Ms. Rebecca James Reed. Should we take pilot out of this or leave pilot in the main motion?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Let's leave the word pilot in would be my recommendation, because we are going to report back after this summer, and then hopefully we will have the digital permitting in place at that time as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Anybody else on the main or on the amendment as amended? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Are any opposed? None. That carries unanimously. I'm in favor as well. Okay, Councillor McCann, your next amendment, please.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. This is moved by myself, and the sheet has actually cut off who is seconding this. Ms. Cook, could you let me know who's seconding it, please?
Is it, sorry, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, is it the one concerning the towing signs at Wilkins Park?
Correct.
Okay, it would be Councillor Harvey.
Okay, great.
I actually have Councillor Harvey on all three amendments. The exception is the Sandy area of the park, which is Councillor Thompson. So anyway, go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Harvey. That motion 21-G075 of Section C of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021, concerning the waterfront access and beaches, summary of the COVID impact and addressing growth, related impacts, be amended by adding the following paragraph as follows. That signs noting that the vehicles who are not displaying resident waterfront parking passes and the Friends and Family waterfront passes may be towed by the owner's expense by installing Wilkins Park and adjacent spillover areas as identified in traffic bylaw 2020-107 as amended by a cost of approximately $3,200 to be charged against operations/COVID-19 expense account.
Okay, we have an amendment moved by Councillor McCann, seconded by Councillor Harvey, that motion 21-G75 of the General Committee report concerning waterfront access and beaches be amended by adding the following paragraph, that signs noting that vehicles who are not displaying resident waterfront passes or the Friends and Family waterfront passes may be towed at the owner's expense, be installed at Wilkins Park and adjacent spillover area as identified in traffic bylaw 2020-107 as amended at a cost of approximately $3,200 to be charged against operations/COVID-19 expense account. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I will be brief with this. Last year, I spent many moons in the Wilkins area discussing traffic with many residents, and I believe the signs for displaying only resident Barrie parking passes was really good, but it wasn't great. And having tow signs can make a good plan great. And it comes down to, as I said earlier, there are rule followers and there are rule breakers. And because the GTA was impacted much more than Simcoe County with COVID, and there was an influx of GTA people coming to our beaches, quite frankly, some of them just sniffed their nose at the $100 fine and decide to park anyways. And so it's my intuition and my belief that if there was the marketing, the sign, basically enforcing that residents that don't have a parking pass or a Friends and Family pass will be towed, they'll think not twice, they'll think 3 or 4 times before parking there, which will relieve that beach with the increased foot traffic.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCann. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Ms. Banting, if these signs get approved and if they go up, will the signs say that people are getting towed, or will people actually get towed?
Through your worship to Councillor Morales, they will indicate that the vehicles will be towed. That's a requirement to allow given people notice that we may tow their vehicles from that location.
Okay, so will your staff have the direction to essentially initiate a tow? Like no exemptions, or?
Well, the direction to staff will be following whatever direction the council chooses to put forward. If we do get the direction to enforce all the regulations around the Wilkins Park at a zero tolerance level from council, then any vehicle found there would be towed from that location. Resident or not, if they don't have a pass in their vehicle, they would be towed from that location.
So thank you. I thank you for that. And what I was getting at with that question is some of the comments that I heard from the deputants earlier tonight, I don't know if it was verbal or in the chat, was inevitably a Barrie resident is going to forget their pass. And inevitably a Barrie resident will get towed. Their entire weekend will be ruined. Remember, when you get towed, it's not just the tow, it's getting it, and there's like the daily fee. So that where they're looking at a $700, $500. It's never happened to me. I just hear about it. So we're looking at $500 to $800. It is their responsibility. People need to take accountability. I get that, but I'm not trying to undermine the very real stresses that the Ward 8 and the Ward 10 councillor have faced, and the residents there. I'm just trying. This is a tough issue for me. And with the towing, I guess here's my following question, Ms. Banting. Do we at bylaw have the ability to use Barrie Police resources to run a license plate and see what address that car is registered to?
Ms. Banting.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Morales. In the moment, I will say no. We do not have the ability at the moment the officer is standing beside the vehicle to know whether or not that vehicle is registered to a Barrie resident.
If council gives you strong direction or strong interest, expression of interest, and it might take a couple of weeks, could we initiate a system where our bylaw officer could somehow run the license plate, get the feedback on where it's registered, and then apply a tow more appropriately, so we don't end up costing a Barrie resident, $500 to $800 because of a mistake that they made? Is that possible?
Through your worship to Councillor Morales, it may be possible. That would be something we would have to research. I do want to indicate that our office does have the ability to run license plates when tickets are issued. However, our administrative staff that do that process don't work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day to be able to do that. And putting that pressure on Barrie Police, I don't know that that is available to us. That would have to be something we would have to do some research on.
Okay, so if we are able to connect with Barrie, if we are based, I don't care how it's done, whether it's Barrie Police Administrative, if at the end of the day, the outcome is that our Barrie bylaw officers can verify that that plate is indeed registered to a City of Barrie address, and then they don't get a tow, they might just get a warning for forgetting your pass or some sort of ticket for forgetting your pass, I would be supportive of this motion. If the answer is people need to take accountability and the good outweigh the bad of this plan, I won't be supportive of this. So I guess to the mover of the motion, Councillor McCann, would you consider deferring this amendment, just this amendment? We'll still ratify everything you just passed, getting that information with the little asterisk that this is urgent and we need an update quickly. And then later, even though I know that this is essentially tonight is council, somehow through the bylaws following or through another way, and we can talk to the clerk on how to add that, we can then get the feedback. I just don't want to jump the gun on this, and I don't want a single scenario where Barrie residents' weekend, possibly week, is ruined. They're facing a $500 to $800 towing ticket. And here's the other thing: this can happen. It's nice if you have multiple cars, and it's okay if you've got credit cards and maybe have a little more financial security. But we could be talking of a scenario where we're towing someone's car, they can't go to work the following week, they don't have a limit on their credit card, and really kind of go down the rabbit hole. I'm not talking about a fictional scenario. I'm just really thinking of something that could have a huge impact on somebody. Would you consider just deferring this one amendment and seeing if we can work with Barrie Police?
Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And to answer your question, Councillor Morales, definitely as you were speaking, I was considering it. I would like to hear from council, but I guess maybe let me paint a different scenario for you that maybe I can get your support. Right now we have an anomaly that just so happens is back-to-back years with COVID-19, and we've got an issue where we've got overcrowding at a beach and overcrowding on Dock Road, and it's getting hostile with residents, and especially hostile when it's non-Barrie residents. We've got a lot of stay-at-home restrictions, and quite frankly, Barrie's one of the best places to live in Ontario. And once an out-of-towner gets a taste of Barrie, they want to come back. So these, I just wanted to maybe highlight to you that we have the ability to direct bylaw as a council. And if we were to pass this tonight, which I would encourage, I'm encouraging council to do, and definitely would like to hear if anybody else has some reservations, that the signs are going to be for the 15th of June to the 15th of September, and they're going to be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., right? And I'm not sure about you, you know, I know that you love your vehicle and you definitely publicize that quite a bit. So I can't sense that you would not look on a street to see if it's a tollway zone. I mean, everywhere I go when I'm in a different city, I look for if you can park there and if there's tollway zones, especially if you go downtown Toronto. So what I would suggest that maybe as a middle ground is that past tonight, right? And we've got the ability to have, as a group, staff to maybe be quite lenient and maybe leave little notes telling people, hey, your car would have got towed, but we're giving you a mulligan, if you per se. That I'd be in favor of, because it's really not the Barrie residents at all that I'm trying to penalize. It's the out-of-towners that I'm trying to detract, especially this year. So pilot project, it's from June 15th to September 15th, 9 to 9, no parking passes, no friends and family passes, right? And there's going to be a multitude of marketing put up by the city of Barrie. I've got my town hall meeting on the 15th of May. I'm sure that the other councillors will reach out to their residents, and I'm sure city staff with CTV, with Rock 95, Cool FM, and all the other, you know, media channels will let people know that there now is a tollway zone in this area. And if it's successful, then this could be spread out throughout all the other beach areas.
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor McCann, for that. I'm just going to follow up on that because this is extremely important. I wasn't talking about myself and my Mustang. So personalizing it, yes, I agree with you. I look around regardless of whether I'm in Barrie or the GTA or any municipality. This has nothing to do with me and my Mustang. This has to do with a very serious worst case scenario where a city of Barrie resident who is an adult likely and should therefore take accountability for all their actions is hit with a ticket, a tow, and then an impound and a couple of daily charges and probably an admin fee. So we're looking at $500 to $800 and a city of Barrie resident. We heard from the deputants, you know, a lot of us were on our cell phones or checking the chat, but I listened to them and the concerns was inevitably a Barrie resident will fall victim to this. And while I understand that a good communications with all those media outlets you outlined is important, here's the difference, Councillor McCann. You and I look at the signs around us when we park. I have the credit card limit. If that were to happen to me, I would be upset. I take accountability. I have the credit card limit. I tap, I ruins my weekend, but I can move on. We're talking about a person who does not have the cash or the credit card limit and who may be impeded from going to their work the next week or may not be able to get out because they don't have a car. How do they get to the towing yard, right? There's so many factors. Like, this is a really problematic issue. So I'm talking about that very specific vulnerable situation where I personally, not talking about council, but personally cannot have a level of comfort just passing this, and we'll see what happens later. We are talking about possibly affecting someone's life, ability to get to work, picking up the car, and not just ruining the weekend, but really kind of having an effect of a week plus of a Barrie resident, which no one had the intention of affecting negatively, even though they should have looked around and done their due diligence. And if Ms. Banting can come up with a situation where maybe it's going to cost us more because we're going to have an extra admin person working those weekends, unfortunately, or maybe we're just going to have to work with Barrie Police and they'll still be able to do their jobs, but these calls need to be picked up when they come in, then I'm happy with that middle ground. But some people don't have the ability to just throw it on the credit card and have their buddy pick it up or have them pick it up with their second car. And I'm speaking about a very real scenario that can occur.
Okay,
Ms.
so
Banting, how quickly can you get that information from Barrie Police?
Hang on a sec, Councillor Morales. Members Council, just a reminder here. We're in council, so you only speak once to an amendment. And I did allow the question from Councillor Morales to Councillor McCann, allowed Councillor McCann to respond. Councillor Morales, I've certainly let you continue to make your point here. I will ask Ms. Banting to reply, but at that point, I'm going to move on to other members who haven't spoken to the amendment, and then I want to call the question on the amendment. Ms. Banting, any sense of how quickly we could get information as to whether it's feasible for bylaw or Barrie Police to run the plates before they tow?
Through your worship to Councillor Morales and the remaining members of council, I anticipate that the preliminary answer could be achieved very quickly. I would say within the next day or so. Unfortunately, we don't know volumes. I know from vehicles that currently park along the waterfront, even in the paid parking areas that are Barrie residents, I can tell you with certainty that every single day we receive about 10 to 12 where someone has forgotten to place their resident pass. And as you know, we do cancel those tickets. So there's at least 10 to 12 per day that come to our attention where they've forgotten to place their passes. With respect to getting our administrative staff to work different hours as another option, that will definitely be a bigger conversation and a longer time frame to obtain that answer.
Okay, thank you. Just another couple of points, members of council. There was reference, I think Councillor McCann, you made reference a minute ago to specific dates and times that this applies to. That's not in the motion. So if you only want towaway occurring at specific dates and times, that needs to be in the motion, because as it reads right now, people would be towed away 24/7. The other thing I would want to note, members of council, is this is, of course, City Council, so we're approving this tonight, but there is a bylaw that will come forward as well. You know, we don't typically try and amend a bylaw because the language of it, but the bylaw could be sent back, or you can defer the item if you so wish. But that would need to be by amendment to Councillor McCann's amendment, and then we can debate it and call it. So on the item that's on the floor, Councillor McCann, I don't know if you wanted to amend it to add the specific dates and times. I do have Councillor Natalie Harris next on my speakers list, so I'm going to let her go first, and then I'll come back to you. Then Deputy Mayor Ward, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. My question is to Ms. Banting. Is it common practice that the Barrie Police deal with parking infractions?
Through your worship to Councillor Natalie Harris, this wouldn't necessarily be them dealing with parking infractions. It would be related to them providing us the owner information on the vehicle. As we wouldn't have administrative staff working beyond normal business hours, at least at this point, we would need that information if we are looking to not tow a vehicle that does not have a pass.
Right, so maybe I misworded it. To date, the Barrie Police, this is a bylaw issue, and the Barrie Police don't really get involved. Now, if we're looking for information and the Barrie Police have access to that, I guess that's kind of what we're talking about right now. So further to that, my concern is I don't feel comfortable having the Barrie Police have to attend if that's what has to happen. I feel good if you know, we're able to contact administration or dispatch or what have you, and very quickly inquire where this plate is. I don't think this is something that should fall on the workload of the Barrie Police right now. That's just my concern.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor McCann, I said I'd come back to you. Did you want to move an amendment to add the dates and times?
Yeah, I mean, I did actually reach out to Chief Greenwood, and she had passed on to me how low of a priority this would be on the Barrie Police's checklist, which would give, you know, the that car, if it was a resident, you know, to time to get away. I'm just, you know, I guess there's a bit of confusion. I had talked to senior staff, and I had thought that the tow signs were going to read June 15th to September 15th from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Just for the summer months that we're talking about. Maybe Ms. Cook if I could, or Brent, if you could maybe, or senior staff could chime in and just let me know if they believe that that is the best course of action.
It was actually Ms. Cook that alerted me to this. So Ms. Cook, maybe you could prepare an amendment based on what you indicated to me, that we would need to have an amendment to the amendment to add the dates and times for the signage.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yes, it would be an amendment to Councillor McCann has 2 amendments concerning towing, and so he would have to amend both the motions. So it would just be an amendment that signs noting,
Tollway zones would be from June 15th.
Yeah, we could just add a paragraph that say that the tollway zones would be
June 15th,
June
September
15th to September 15th. Yeah.
9
That would,
to 9.
9 to
Sorry.
9. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just deal with that as an amendment to the amendment. It is to add a paragraph 2 that says that the tollway zones apply June 15th to September 15th, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Comments or questions on that amendment? Straightforward. Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? Anybody opposed? None? That carries, so that is added. Deputy Mayor Ward, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I sort of share Councillor Harris's comment that she's not comfortable. I'm uncomfortable with it just for another reason. It sort of goes back to what Councillor Morales said. It's going to, if we were somehow just magically going to target those people that are coming from Toronto and using Wilkins Beach, it'd be, maybe I could agree, but I know we're going to get all kinds, there's going to be all kinds of collateral damage. There's going to be, you know, the teenager coming to visit from Midhurst, coming to visit a friend lives on Crimson Ridge, and they're going to forget that June 16th, they're going to forget they needed a special pass. They've been coming there for the past year, visiting their friend. They're going to have their car towed, and we're going to, you know, this is somebody who's going to end up paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars. $100 fine is bad enough when they get ticketed, but you know, it's really expensive when they get their car towed. I just think, and there's going to be all kinds of cases. It's not going to be people. We're going to get some people that are coming up to use Wilkins Beach, but it's going to be a lot of other people that are just visiting friends. And my real worry is this is the heaviest fine we have in the city. I mean, they're getting fined hundreds of dollars just for forgetting, not just because they're forgetting their pass. They may not have a pass. They may live in, you know, they may live across the border in Innisfil or something. They're just coming up to visit a friend. They've forgotten that they're supposed to get a scratch and win pass, or they forgot to, you know, they realize they're not supposed to park there. Maybe they went in for 5 minutes and they end up having a conversation and sitting there for 2 hours, and they forgot all about the fact that their car wasn't supposed to be parked up there. It's just, I feel uncomfortable because I know there's going to be complaints when people have their car towed. So I just can't support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councillor Jim Harris, then Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll be quick on this. I think this particular restriction, although well-intended, makes me think of the well-intended decision to make the beach go all stone in recognition or response to COVID. I think this is similar in that vein. We're going so far into the parking restrictions, recognizing that we did have success, and some residents did talk about success with the temporary parking restrictions that were put in at the end of last year and have been maintained for this year. So I would say, although I am supportive of the intention, I do think that the application of this is problematic, has been noted by the councillors. So I'd recommend maybe we're just going a little bit too far, and also recognize, and residents also said that as well. So maybe this one might be just a bit too far, and we should pause on this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Congo.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor McCann, maybe more of a comment, but I'll let you respond. I'm feeling very aligned to concerns with Deputy Mayor Ward, Councillor Harris, and Morales. And I guess, personally would favor more of the at least, warning or ticket first before a tow. So I'm not sure, regardless of how the sign has been amended to be displayed, if that would be a consideration around practice, maybe for a period of time, if not a general approach to bylaw around maybe a warning before a tow. But my other comment in general, as someone who has been towed out of region when the parking timelines change, maybe just a comment for consideration. Should there be space on the signage, considering temporary signage is expensive in itself, that I wouldn't want us to come back and ask for a change of signage, but if a phone number could be added about where individuals that are out of town could then find their vehicle and call to identify where they need to go might be helpful, but some navigation support might be beneficial if we are looking at a zero tolerance consideration.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kungle. Any other comments on the amendment? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Banting, would I be safe in assuming that any time a bylaw officer has to deal with a potential towing situation that they would use all of the tools available to them? And obviously during the day, they have the ability to contact your own administrative staff, who then have access to the Ontario Paris system to ascertain where one resides that owns the vehicle. And I assume after hours, there potentially could be the possibility of reaching out to the Barrie Police without them disclosing addresses, to just give a yes/no answer when it comes to whether or not that vehicle is registered to a Barrie resident or not. Am I safe in assuming that?
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Harvey, you are correct. That is our normal practice. That being said, you do run the risk of the volume of activity putting pressure onto Barrie Police to provide us that information after hours.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that, Your Worship. I know it seems like it's a little bit of a split bag here with the concerns. I mean, I think as long as we properly sign this area, that should alleviate the issues. But I know sometimes when you get into places like downtown Toronto, where there's 6 or 8 signs on one post, it does tend to get very confusing. But if we're only talking about single signs that are very easily seen, I'm not quite as concerned, and people should be knowing that they're parking in a tow-away zone.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any other comments on the amendment? Councillor Thompson.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Ms. Banting. When you do towaways downtown for snow removal, it's after hours mostly, or for parades, do you notify the police so when the customer comes to the vehicle, they obviously think their car's been stolen, so they do call Barrie Police. They have to know that it's been towed by bylaw. Is that not correct? So they know where their vehicle's been?
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Thompson, you are correct. On those special event tows or snow lift type operations, they are notified. We also arrange with the towing company in which we have a contract for to be on site and available to us. In this particular instance, they would be more of a spur of the moment, if you will, tows versus a pre-planned, pre-scheduled tow where we can advise both Barrie Police and our current contractor.
Perfect. And speaking of the contractor, Councillor Morales raised, it sounds like he's been towed away from Toronto. We do have contract rates. Is that not correct? That would not come anywhere close to the amount he spoke of?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Thompson, the contract rates are related to the towing of corporate vehicles for service, as an example. The towing rates that would apply to vehicles in violation of a bylaw are the standard towing rates based on that company. So, for example, our current provider to our department charges between $65 and $95 for the actual tow. That variance relates to size of vehicle. And then they have a $60 a day storage fee. And then there is a slight administrative charge on top of that when you're retrieving your vehicle. That's an average. If you leave it there more than one day, or it's a larger vehicle where it needs to get into a heavy tow, you could increase that cost slightly.
Perfect. I have an amendment. I'm going to send it to, but I'll say it and it can be discussed, that we erect the signs for this summer with no towing to take place and monitor it for the years going forward. So this is a pilot. We'll put up the signs. I'll write it to Ms. Cook. So continue on Mike's motion with erecting the signs, but directing bylaw not to tow vehicles, more of a scare tactic, I guess.
Okay, so you'll need a seconder, Councillor Thompson, and once we get that on the floor, we can have discussion on that. Councillor McCann, did you have a point related to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I think that sometimes.
Sorry, Councillor McCann. I am looking for a seconder, and then
I'm going to be a seconder. Sure, Congo.
You are willing to second it?
Yes.
Okay, and then we need the amendment read. So, Ms. Cook, did you capture what Councillor Thompson was seeking to do?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Basically, he's looking to add some wording. He's looking to add wording to the amendment that indicates that signs that no towing take place and that staff monitor the situation, monitor it as a pilot project for the summer of 2021.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Cook, I was just actually writing something to you. If you could add maybe to Councillor Morales's point, where a notice would be left on the car to indicate that they were in violation that could result in a tow.
Okay, so that would be warning notices would be left. Okay. So members of council, we have an amendment to the amendment, and that is that no towing would take place for the summer of 2021 and warning notices would be left instead. Is that clear? Go ahead, Ms. Cook.
Would that be the notice including the parking ticket that would be associated with it? So we'd give them the parking ticket plus a notice.
Exactly. That was my intention. Thank you.
Okay. If everyone's clear on what the proposed amendment is, I'll take a speaker's list. Councillor McCann, then Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And, that was kind of my plan B, and I appreciate Councillor Thompson bringing that forth. I have had quite a few discussions with Councillor Thompson and other fellow councillors on this matter. And just so we're crystal clear, my intention was never to tow away any Barrie residents. That's why I had long discussions with Ms. James Reed and Brent Forsyth, to actually bring up the friends and family. But this is a real issue. And like I said earlier, and I'll say again, there are rule followers and there are rule breakers. And the fact that the shock of thinking that your car may be towed, even though in this case, if we pass this amendment, it won't be, I think still will actually achieve greatly what hopefully this council is trying to get forward. And remember, it's a pilot project, and if it works, then we can see this throughout next year in other beach areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman. I will support the amendment. At first, I was a bit wary of it, being that if word gets around that that's just not what's going to happen, then the signs are there. However, if Councillor McCann also supports it, and he's a seconder, and this is his mission, I will support this for sure.
Okay, thank you. Any others who wish to comment on not towing but leaving warnings as the amendment? Okay, I will call the question on the amendment to the amendment. Those in favor, please indicate. Opposed? None, that carries. Okay, on the main motion as amended, on the amendment to the main motion as twice amended, to add the dates and to give only warnings and not actually tow in 2021. Are there any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, call the question on this. Those in favor? Any opposed? 2. Okay, that carries. Councillor McCann, I believe you have a similar one for Dock Road and Cox Mill Road area.
And before I maybe read this, maybe Councillor Thompson can prepare a second amendment to this one, if you don't mind, Councillor Thompson. This is moved by myself and Councillor Gary Harvey, that motion 21G 075 of Section C of the General Committee Report dated March 29th, 2021, concerning the waterfront access and beaches, summary of COVID impacts and addressing growth. Related impacts be amended by adding the following paragraph as follows: that signs that have vehicles who are not displaying resident waterfront passes or the friends and family waterfront passes may be towed at owner's expense by installing at Dock Road and Cox Mill Road areas and the Plunkett Court parking area at a cost of approximately $4,000 to be charged against operations COVID-19 expense account.
Okay, we have an amendment similar to the last one, moved by Councillor McCann, seconded by Councillor Harvey, that motion 21G 75 of the General Committee Report regarding waterfront access and beaches be amended. This one would install signs noting the vehicles who are not displaying the resident waterfront passes or the friends and family waterfront passes may be towed at the owner's expense, and those signs be installed at the Dock Road, Cox Mill Road area and at Plunkett Court at a cost of approximately $4,000 to be charged against operations COVID-19 expense account. Same motion, different area. Councillor Thompson, did you want to add yours? Sorry, first, Councillor McCann, I imagine you want to add the dates and times to this one as well?
Correct.
Okay, well, we can make that part of Councillor Thompson's amendment. Councillor Thompson, would you care to move the same amendment that you did on the last one on the warnings? Are you okay with adding the dates and times? Okay, and Councillor McCann, you okay with seconding Councillor Thompson's amendment? Okay.
Yes.
So, members of council, we have an amendment to the amendment, and that is that the towaway zones only operate, the signs note, June 15th to September 15th, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Second part of the amendment is that no towing take place for the summer of 2021 and warning notices be issued instead. Okay, so we'll deal with that amendment to the amendment first. Any further discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, sorry, Councillor Morales, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just want to reiterate Councillor McCann's comments that, of course, it's never been an intent to, to be towing Barrie residents who are well-intentioned. And I want to say, I think I said it again, I will be more explicit. I do not envy Councillor McCann and Councillor Jim Harris's situation with this. There's no win. There's so many intricate details, even accessing license plates, right? You figured staff would be able to do it. This is a tough situation. But again, I'm glad to see the direction that we are trying to find a delicate balance between protecting the side streets, protecting the established neighborhoods, as well as not upending somebody's life with 800 plus ticket plus the loss of their car for work purposes. Councillor Thompson had said that I probably got towed in Toronto. As I said earlier in my comments, for those that were listening, I've never been towed, but I know the reality that not everybody has $500, $800 either cash on a credit card or has a second car to be able to go get their car. So this might not go far enough. Hopefully this addresses the issue, but the great thing of what Councillor McCann was saying is a pilot means that if this doesn't go far enough, we can always tweak it and try to get closer. So this is definitely not written in stone, but at least there won't be any unintended victims as a result of if this amendment goes forward as well.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, just to add something, why I've added the warning is because most residents will watch this or it'll be posted in the paper. So this actually targets the out-of-town people. And then as we use our speed boards, where good people see their speed, they slow down. good people will come and see a warning. And if they do return, they probably won't park in the same place. And I apologize that I said that Sergio was towed in Toronto. I didn't hear that part, so I misunderstood you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, we're on adding the times and the no towing warnings instead. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Is anyone opposed? No. That amendment carries. And back on the main amendment, which is to proceed with this in the Dock Road, Coxmill Road area and at Plunkett Court, Councillor Kungle. Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. Just three to perhaps Councillor McCann or staff. Just because this ties back to the friends and family unique passes and we added the other areas, does this motion aim to apply to the additional waterfronts like Johnson's and Centennial?
I can speak to that, Mayor Lim, if you'd like.
Yep.
No, this is a pilot project. I think that with the amount of discussion that we had with council, I would vote in favor of it throughout the whole city. I know quite intimately Dock Road, where Councillor Harris and I, we share that waterfront area. And I'm just trying to protect the beach, protect the lifestyle of my residents. And this is where I best see fit. And I think this is a pilot project. I think that I would like to see how this has played out, but you would not get any resistance from me if this wanted to go out to other beaches.
And thank you. I think I just wanted to make sure there wasn't an oversight because we added those extensions tied to the passes and it had a cost impact. So if that's out of scope, that is great. And I'm fine with it as is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kungle. Any other comments, questions, or amendments? Okay, seeing none, call the question. Those in favor of this amendment as amended? 8. Those opposed? 2. Okay, that carries. Okay, Councillor McCann, I think you've got two more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lim. Now done to the fun amendments. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gary Harvey. That motion 21G075 of Section C of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021, concerning the waterfront access and beaches, summary of COVID impact and addressing growth. Related impacts be amended by adding the following paragraphs as follows. That staff and operations department work with staff from Scales Nature Park concerning the preservation of the turtle hatching area at Wilkinson's Park. Thank you, Marilyn.
Okay, it is moved by Councillor McCann, seconded by Councillor Harvey, that motion 21G75 of Section C of the General Committee report concerning waterfront access and beaches be amended by adding the following paragraph, that staff in the operations department work with staff from Scales Nature Park concerning the preservation of the turtle hatching area at Wilkins Beach. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mary Lee. I asked staff to put this in, but it was maybe a bit of an oversight. I'd like save the turtles to be inside. So have staff and operations department work with staff from Scales Nature Park concerning the preservation of the turtle hatching at Wilkins Park, and then naming this program Save the Turtles.
Okay, we can add those words at the end of the amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I don't think I need to say too much more. I think I see 38 people viewing this, so a large majority of the people that had deputations are still on. There's many turtles that used to be through, live throughout this park/beach, and there was one huge one that everyone talks about that, frankly, had a violent death. And I just think that if we can take any good out of this project, this whole community rallied together, or many people in this community rallied together to really, change for the better, change for the greatness. And there used to be a large population of frogs, snakes, Minnows, like I say, are flourishing right now. And the turtle population is something that I just believe that we owe it to the environment. We owe it to the wildlife. And I just think it's going to be a fun interaction with elementary school kids and with everybody. And my plan is to help, Scales and Scales Nature Park. And I think Tim Tremaine, who was the last delegate, is going to help me with a volunteer program. And we're going to get out at midnight and we're going to track the turtles, and we're going to actually know exactly where the turtles lay their eggs. And the beautiful thing is that the turtles come back every single year to lay their eggs. And they only lay their eggs in a very short time period. So I've talked to, Andrea Miller and Tashisha's Mike. We're all over it. We're already kind of doing this, right? But I just like to amplify this to get the community more involved. And they're going to fence off the areas to prevent any predators like raccoons or wolverines, coyotes or wolves, and really just bring nature into the Ward 10. So I hope to get unanimous support on this. And if there's any council members that would like to join the volunteer, I'd love to see you out there at midnight. Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCann. The amendment's on the floor. Any discussion? I do want to give a shout out. There's still 6 of the residents who were here earlier for deputations. There's 6 of you who have stayed on. And thank you for staying on among the attendees, bearing with us throughout the full length of the evening. Are there any further comments on this amendment? Councillor Natalie Harris, go ahead.
For you, really quickly, I would definitely like to participate in volunteering. And Wolverines, do we have Wolverines, Barrie? Is that something I should be concerned about? No, I think we're good.
All right, thanks, Councillor Harris. Any other comments on the amendment? Councillor Gary Harvey.
Yes, Your Worship, just because it's more of a comment, actually, just because this is the last motion that I'm seconding, I just want to make it quite clear that it has been Councillor McCann doing all the heavy lifting on this. I wouldn't even want to guess how many hours that he spent meeting with residents. He's quite evidently very recognizable, because I know when I walked the beach with him on Saturday afternoon, I lost count of how many people knew exactly who he was. And unfortunately, nobody knew who I was, but I guess I got to stay in my own ward. But I just wanted to give a big shout out to Councillor McCann, because it's very evident that he has really listened to his residents on this. And I'll be quite honest with you, I'm very happy that the residents reached out and screamed when screaming needed to happen, so that way we end up with an area that everybody can appreciate.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any other comments, questions, or amendments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? None. That carries. Councillor McCann, you do have one more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Before I say the amendment, can I just let Councillor Harvey know that I noticed them? This is moved by myself and second by Councillor Robert Thompson, that motion 21G075 of section C of the General Committee report dated March 29, 2021, concerning the waterfront access and beaches, summary of COVID impacts and addressing growth, related impacts by adding the following paragraph as follows. That staff in the Development Services of Operations Department work on Wilkins Park construction plan in order to keep Sandy Area Park available for public use as much as possible between June 15th and September 15th, 2021.
Okay, we have an amendment. It's moved by Councillor McCann, seconded by Councillor Thompson. That motion 21G75 of section C, the General Committee report related to waterfront access and beaches, be amended by adding the following paragraph. That staff and development services and operations departments work on the Wilkins Park construction plan in order to keep the sandy area of the park available for public use as much as possible between June 15th and September 15th, 2021. Councillor McCann, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I will really be brief, and hopefully that Councillor Thompson will actually will chime in, because I did actually have to call in for his assistant, because he's got great knowledge when it comes to outdoor construction and many things. You know, this is a small pivot, I think, for city staff, but it's a huge margin for the residents of Ward 10 and the people that are going to be using Wilkins Beach. So I don't think I need to go into great detail. Even though this is delisted as a beach, you know, we're going to vote on that very shortly. I think that having the beach area, even though it won't be maintained like it has been in the past, is a real win-win-win. A win for the environment, that is number one. You know, a win for the city, because they do need to, you know, work, and they can work around, you know, safety precautions. And the biggest win for, you know, Ward 10 residents. Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Anyone wish to comment on this amendment? Nope. Okay, I will call the question. Those in favor, please indicate. Anybody opposed to this one? None. That carries as well. Okay, we have now on the main motion as amended. Section C. Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion as amended. Those in favor, please indicate. Any opposed? None. That carries unanimously. Thank you, members of council, and thank you as well to the folks from the Wilkins Beach area who have stayed on the call this long, and those watching at home. That completes that item, and we'll move on to section D of the General Committee Report. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section D of the General Committee Report dated March 29th, 2021 is circulated to be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section D of the General Committee Report dated March 29th, 2021 is circulated to be adopted. Councillor Riepma, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment moved by myself, seconded by you, Mr. Mayor, that motion 21G-077 of section D of the General Committee Report dated March the 29th, 2021, concerning the 2020 Budget and Business Plan Year-End Report be amended in paragraph 13 as follows. That paragraph 13 of motion 20-G-077 be referred to staff in the Economic and Creative Development Department and Finance Departments for further review and consideration, and report back to General Committee.
Okay, thank you. It's moved by Councillor Riepma, seconded by myself, that motion 21G-77 of section D of the General Committee Report dated March 29th, 2021 concerning the 2020 Budget and Business Plan Year-End Report be amended in paragraph 13 as follows. That paragraph 13 of motion 20G-77 be referred to staff in the Economic and Creative Development and Finance Departments for further review and consideration, and report back to General Committee. This is a referral motion, so it is non-debatable. It simply gets sent to staff. Question of procedure, Councillor Harvey? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm just wondering on a procedural standpoint, because this is a referral motion, but I believe there's a few other motions in regards to the same article. So I'm just wondering if those other amendments should go ahead before this referral.
Yeah, it's not referring the whole report. It's just referring paragraph 13. I think the other amendments deal by actually add paragraphs separate to this one. So this just refers the grant item.
Okay,
and
great.
we can still introduce the other ones as part of the section of the report.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, so I'll simply call the question on this one. Those in favor of referring the item? Anybody opposed? None? That carries. And Councillor Harvey, that brings us to you, I think, I think you have one of the other amendments on this section of the report.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by you, Mayor Lehman, that motion 21G-077 of section D of the General Committee Report dated March 29th, 2021, concerning the 2020 Budget and Business Plan Year-End Report be amended to add the following paragraph as follows. A, that the licensing fees for business licenses issued under Business Licensing Bylaw 2006-266 as amended be waived between April 26, 2021 to April 26, 2022. And B, that notwithstanding the waiving of the fees, businesses will still be required to report all required applications, forms, and inspections.
Thanks. We have an amendment moved by Councillor Harvey. It's seconded by myself that motion 21G77 of section D of the General Committee report concerning the 2020 budget business plan year-end report be amended to add the following paragraph. That licensing fees for business licenses issued under Business Licensing Bylaw 2006-266 as amended be waived between April 26, 2021 and April 26, 2022. B, that notwithstanding the waiving of the fees, businesses will be required to complete required applications, forms, and inspections. Councillor Harvey, would you care to speak to that?
Great, thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, we know a lot of our businesses are suffering. There's only a few sectors that are flourishing through this pandemic, and there's been certain sectors that have been obviously hit harder than others, especially when it comes to our restaurants and personal care services throughout our city. So this is just one more piece that a tool in our toolbox that allows us to help our local businesses, because we obviously are very limited as to what we can do, because we can't run deficits like higher levels of government. And I know from speaking with yourself, Mayor Lehman, and staff, that it's anticipated this potentially could cost in the neighborhood of as much as $500,000. But in the grand scheme of things, $500,000 back into our local businesses is a small piece that we can do. I'll leave it at that. I know there are some businesses that haven't been able to renew their licensings to date, which is also just a recent issue that's coming up. And whether that's financial or not, I'm not 100% certain, but I would highly suspect that that could be a significant issue when it comes to this. Outside of that, Your Worship, I don't know if you wanted to add anything further, as I know we've been working together on this one.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just add that, waiving licensing fees is a modest amount per business, but the last thing a small business needs right now is any additional costs. Certainly with the financial situation that we read about in this report, I think the $500,000 foregone revenue is a no-brainer in terms of the way that this can support our businesses. And this is something that we can do right now. We still will require all of the relevant inspections and so forth. So lest anyone out there think that we're going to stop doing safety inspections or something like that, that's not the case. We're simply not going to charge for them. I think probably the last thing a restaurant trying to reopen or a barbershop trying to reopen needs is a $400 or $500 bill for their business license right now. So. I have a speakers list. First is Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Councillor Harvey, for moving this and for also noting the cost around $500,000, because that was one of my questions. And I have another related question, I guess to staff or maybe to Mayor Lehman. Do we need to identify a funding source in this motion for this?
Thanks for that. When the clerk prepared it, there was not one identified, because as I understand it, it goes into the global budget of business licensing, and this will result in a lower than anticipated revenue amount, but captured among all other COVID costs. I was comfortable with that. I don't know if, Madam Clerk, you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Councillor Aylwin. No, because it's a waiving of the fees, we do not have to have a funding source. And also, Mayor Lehman, can I just remind you, we need a motion for 11 o'clock?
Oh, thank you. It is 10:59. Would somebody move? Thanks, Councillor Kungle, seconded by Councillor McCann, that we move, continue to meet after 11 o'clock. All those in favor of continuing the meeting? See, nobody ever says no to that. Nobody's opposed. On we go. Thank you. Councillor Aylwin, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm absolutely supportive of this. And like it was noted, I don't think this will make or break any business, but it certainly is a help. And I think it's an important gesture from the city. So I will support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I think for the next three amendments, I'll have the same vote. I'm definitely in favor of all this, and just want to thank you and Councillor Harvey, you and Councillor Thompson, and you and Councillor Ritma, and looking in and trying to find a better way. And just I wanted to put out there that and maybe we could talk about it at the end of this, Mayor Lehman, how much we've actually done, and we're so restricted because of our funding sources that we're just really handcuffed by the ministries. And this really is, as I stated 2 weeks ago, an issue, a financial burden that I really believe that the federal government and provincial government need to have. So I won't go down that path too further. I just want to applaud you and the other councillors that have amendments coming up, and just to give you a reminder that you missed mine, but we'll do mine at the very end if you'd like.
Yes, I've got it too. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Councilman Cann. Okay, I'll call the question. Sorry, are there any other comments? No, I'll call the question. Then those in favor of the amendment. Anyone opposed? None? That carries. Okay, thank you. Yes, I have one more myself, and then Councilor McCann has one. So Deputy Mayor Ward, I'll just ask you to chair the meeting so I can introduce the next one.
Okay. Mayor Lehman.
Thanks. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that motion 21G77 of Section D of the General Committee Report dated March 29th, 2021 concerning the 2020 Budget and Business Plan Year-End Report be amended to add the following paragraph: that all late fees associated with City of Barrie 2021 property tax payments be waived until October 1st, 2021, with any late fees paid to date being applied as a credit against the account.
Okay, thank you. Pretty self-explanatory. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, just briefly. We did this last year, members of council. To be frank, when we did it last year, I had a lot of nervousness around it, but it was recommended by the treasurer, who is notoriously careful about these things. And he must have had foresight because the take up on this was considerably lower, especially among the residential property tax classes, than I thought it would be. There was real take up from the commercial class, though. And that is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it forward now, not just because we're back into, in fact, the second stay-at-home order in 2021, and therefore businesses have been more heavily impacted already in 2021 than they were really throughout all of 2020. But also because, especially right now with the urgency, I think for those small businesses in particular who cannot afford to pay their taxes, this will provide them some at least relief until the fall. And gives us time to work on whatever other programs we may be able to put in place. I don't want to speak for the treasurer. If somebody wants to ask the question, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer it because I asked the question, are you sure you're comfortable with this? And the answer was yes, but I wouldn't go past October 1st. So I would ask for your support on this. I think our community will welcome it. I suspect the take up might be a little higher this time on the business side. But of course, given the experience last time, the treasurer and senior staff seem to be comfortable with it.
Any comments or questions? I just have one, Mayor Lehman. Is this starting today? Or is it if somebody, for example, if somebody's taxes are behind already, we're not waiving those fees that have already accumulated, are we?
So my understanding of late fees paid to date is they would be.
They would be waived?
Yes, at the moment. Mr.
Actually,
Miller can
Mr. Miller,
confirm.
yes.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, Deputy Mayor Ward, the way the motion is written, it's for 2021 fees for the whole year. So it's related to 2021 property taxes. So if there is someone that was late with the February 28th payment, then we would look to do an adjustment on the account for them.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions? I'll call the vote. All in favor? And I'm in favor. It's unanimous. Is that all your amendments, Mayor Lehman?
It's the only one I wanted to move. Thanks.
I will turn the chair back to you then.
Thank you very much. And Councillor McCann, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And sir, was there not two other amendments after this one? On section 21G077, have those been removed?
We had three, and I think we've passed all three of them.
Okay. All right. Okay. So mine is moved by myself and second by Councillor Jim Harris. That motion 21G007 of Section D of the General Committee report dated March 29th, 2021 concerning the 2020 Budget and Business Plan year-end report be amended by adding the following paragraph as follows. That the staff report of memorandum be required prior to the presentation of adopt of any other amendment or motion that would require funding in excess of $10,000.
Okay, we have a motion, an amendment by Councillor McCann, seconded by Councillor Jim Harris, that the same section of the General Committee report concerning the budget and business year-end report, business plan year-end report, be amended by adding the following paragraph, that a staff report or memorandum be required prior to the presentation of or adoption of any amendment or motion that would require funding in excess of $10,000. Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
You know what? I don't need to speak in great detail, just some governance, just for the flow of General Committee, just giving us a little more time to prepare, and that's it. Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Ward, can I ask you to take the chair again? I need to move an amendment.
Sure, I had a question about it, but should I, I'll hear the amendment. Maybe it'll take care of my concern. Sure, I'll take the chair. Mayor Lehman?
Sure, and I'm going to need a seconder. Unfortunately, I just became aware of this motion before the meeting, but the amendment would be very straightforward. It would be to add the following words at the end of the sentence, quote, except during a state of emergency, unquote. That would be my amendment. Is there a seconder who's willing to help me put that on the floor? Councillor Thompson, I saw you first.
Okay, so was it Councillor Thompson? Okay, so that amendment is moved by Mayor Lehman and seconded by Councillor Thompson. Mayor Lehman, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just briefly. I actually entirely agree with this amendment. I think it's probably good governance. I think there is a couple of situations that it will be problematic. One will be during the budget debate, where at General Committee, there is an ebb and flow of different amendments. You know, we add, we decrease, and, you know, once you get over 10,000, you know, the wording here would suggest that it would trip the 10,000. But, you know, we can work on that as it goes. And I think interpreted broadly, I would assume that, you know, a new staff report wouldn't be required if we were talking about something where, you know, the staff motion was put on the floor and then there was an amendment that was related to the staff report on the floor. I don't think the mover's intent is to, you know, as soon as you start talking about an alternative that costs more than 10 grand, you have to send the whole thing back. So, you know, and I actually think it's a very good idea, except during a state of emergency. And here's why. Last summer, I checked the minutes of the meeting, July 13th, when we dealt with all the parking restrictions that we dealt with earlier tonight. We spent 43 grand that night. There was no staff report or memorandum, and we didn't want to wait for one. We wanted to do that right away because it was in response to a situation to do with COVID. We have a direct motion tonight from Councillor Harvey, which is a great idea surrounding parking tickets. And if that tripped the $10,000 amount, we couldn't do that right away tonight either. So I think if we pass this amendment, I'm okay with it. I just think we need to retain the agility for another few months to not have to loop back for a staff report if we're going to deal with time-sensitive situations. Other than that, it's a good motion.
Okay, any comments or questions? Councillor Jim Harris, Councillor Gary Harvey. Councillor Jim Harris first.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm very quick. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. That was my first question too. When I saw it, I thought, you know, there's unintended consequences, and so I really like the amendment, and we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Yeah, I'm very supportive of this. I guess my only concern is the dollar value of $10,000 and putting the additional burden on staff every time the 10,000 gets triggered. Just wondering whether it should be a little bit higher of an amount. I don't know if the CAO or someone from staff can advise whether or not this is going to put some undue burden on it, or if they would recommend a potentially a little bit higher amount applied to this motion.
I do think that's a good question. Councillor or CAO Prowse.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to Councillor Harvey. Thank you for the question. I think Councillor McCann came up with the $10,000 to establish a threshold, but now that you've asked the question, for sure, $10,000 in a $500 million organization is not a very high threshold. And if council was looking for something slightly higher, I think that would give a little more latitude and therefore a little bit less work for staff to be preparing memos and potentially staff reports on the fly, but certainly up to council's discretion. Certainly the lower the threshold, the more amount of paper that will have to be created.
Councillor Harvey.
Great, thank you. I'll leave it for now because obviously we have Mayor Lehman's amendment to deal with first, because I assume it's probably appropriate to propose another amendment after we deal with this first amendment.
Okay, any other comments on the amendment, which was about the state of emergency? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, now back to the original amendment on the $10,000. Councillor Harvey, did you want to say anything else? And I'll get you, Councillor Morales, after that.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Actually, I'm gonna offer it up as a friendly to Councillor McCann first before putting an amendment to it to see what his thoughts are. But I think somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 20 or 30,000 is a far more reasonable amount than triggering it at 10,000, because I do think it potentially puts an undue burden on staff and could potentially trigger. Depending on, especially depending on what we have going on in city business, like Mayor Lehman mentioned, even something as simple as someone wanting to put some signs up. Next thing you know, you're talking $40,000, and especially when it's potentially something significant, I guess we could always put an amendment on the floor at the time to not follow this motion. But I think when we put motions on the floor, obviously we'd like to follow it 99% of the time anyway. So I'll leave it to see what Councillor McCann has to say, to see if he would take a friendly and consider raising the dollar value a little bit, and see where that goes.
Sure. Councillor McCann, before you answer, I see the city clerk has turned on her camera. I just want to see what she has to say.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. There are no friendlies at council. It would have to be an amendment to the amount by Councillor Harvey and seconded by another member of council.
Okay, so maybe Councillor Harvey, you can just ask Councillor McCann whether he'd be favorable to you introducing that amendment.
Great, thank you. Would you be interested in seconding if we were to move this up to let's say $30,000, Councillor McCann?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Sorry. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Ward, Deputy Mayor Ward. Only if you help me volunteer with my turtle program.
As long as they're not snapping turtles, because I almost lost a battle with one of them a few years ago.
Of course I will. Yes, 100%.
Can I suggest maybe, is it necessary to pass this tonight? In other words, I'd like to get some staff feedback on what they think an appropriate amount would be. And we're kind of, this is council, so whatever decision we make tonight is going to be final, and might be an idea to get a bit of feedback on this item.
A suggestion, if I'm not sure if I have the floor still, I'm good either way. This isn't an urgent amendment, but if we pass it tonight, could we not change that number? I don't think there is a magic number, Deputy Mayor Ward, is what I think I heard from Councillor Prowse, and 30,000 I think would be the highest I'd want to go, right? So I mean, I'm open to other discussion. I think 30,000 is a pretty meaty number, and I mean, if we do pass it tonight, we can alter that if the council chooses, correct?
I'll ask the city clerk that question.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to Councillor McCann. Yes, you can in 6 months, because you can't reconsider a motion passed by council after 6 months, until after 6 months.
And let's hope we're out of the state of emergency by then. So me personally, if you're looking for feedback, Deputy Mayor Ward, 30,000 would probably be my max threshold that I'd want to see, after the state of emergency. So I'd be happy with $30,000.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, did you want to put that on then?
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. Just to change the dollar amount, do I need to email you anything?
No, Councillor Harvey, I can write it down. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So my amendment would be just to.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Harvey? Councillor McCann, okay.
Great. So obviously moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McCann. And just to replace the number 10,000 with 30,000.
Okay. Any comments on that amendment, just on the change in the amount? I know Councillor Morales wants to speak, but I think on the overall motion, correct? Yes. Anybody want to speak on the amount? Okay, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? It is carried. Now, Councillor Morales. Actually, Councillor Harvey, do you have anything else? Okay, Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. So Councillor McCann, so your intent with this, I just want to clarify the language, is that anytime staff are spending money that is not already through existing motions that we've passed or direction, that a memo is triggered beyond 10,000, sorry, now 30,000 if this passes. Is that your intent? I'm just wondering what you're trying to address.
Councillor McCann?
Yeah, I'm just reading the motion one more time to understand. Yep. Sorry, Councillor, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, apologize. It's my amendment is staff reporting. Yeah, so it's just that you know, our clerk, Wendy Cook, she's got parameters, she has deadlines, and she is very lenient towards those deadlines. And I just think that we've got maybe, you know, probably like just a little over a year where we're going to be able to put items of discussion onto council, because we're going to be lame duck in June of 2021 because of the election. So we got a little over a year where we can put out amendments. And I just thought that it would be good governance, as Mayor Lehman had mentioned, that we put a cap on big spending that needs a lot of processing and a lot of thought. So it would just be actually to tighten up the clerk's governance and follow her rules.
Okay, so Councillor McCann, dumb it down for me. So if this passes, this would require staff to write a report to us before we're allowed to put items of discussion. So let's say I come here and I want a monorail. Monorail's $5 million. This would trigger it. Is your intent that this targets items for discussion, or does target staff doing their own
items of discussion?
Item of discussion.
So it's council. Sorry, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Ward, are you okay with this freestyling?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. It's just as we get further into the election year, I am going to anticipate that there's going to be a lot more items of discussion brought forth to council. And I am anticipating, and my intuition tells me that we have to have a little more control, that we don't have, you know, items of discussion put forth on, you know, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, when they could be, as you say, a $5 million monorail. You know, that gets confusing, and maybe some other words, choice words. So I'm just think that's good governance. I mean, I talked to CAO, I talked to councilors. This is just, I think, some good housekeeping to keep us in check and follow Wendy, our clerk's protocols and procedures.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCann. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Okay, just for clarification, Councillor McCann, I assume it's not just items for discussion. For example, in tonight's, if for example, tonight we'd been discussing signs and they'd cost more than $30,000, it would have also been triggered. This.
Correct.
Yes.
I've been up since 4:30. I'm losing a little bit, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Harvey?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Yes, actually, something that just came to mind. How would this impact us at budget time? Because like even something as simple as a couple of times we've put motions on the table to add $40,000 to a budget to buy a bunch of radar boards that would go across all wards. The way the motion's worded, I think that potentially could hinder our ability to even do that at budget time. I don't know if staff can clarify that for me.
Maybe we'll let staff answer first, Councillor McCann. City Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I would read it that yes, it would, because it would be an amendment to the budget motion. So if you do not want this to hinder your amendment making at budget time, I would probably add another amendment to this motion, just to say with the exception of business plan and budget preparation, during consideration of the business plan and budget.
Councillor Harvey, is that what you intend?
Great,
It's a good
thank
point.
you. Yeah, actually, if I could borrow the clerk's wording that she just provided, I don't know if Councillor McCann wants to second that again. Great, thank you.
So moved by
And
Councillor Harvey,
I'll put
seconded
that
by,
amendment on the floor.
sure, moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor McCann, that this not apply at budget time during budget deliberations. Any comments or questions about that? All in favor? Is carried. Okay, back to the original amendment. Any other comments or questions? Mayor Lehman.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Apologies, members of council. This meeting outlasted my battery and I went from 8% to 0. Just a quick comment. Or a question through to the mover. Councillor McCann, so this would this apply as well to items for discussion? So if a member of council wishes to place an item, they need to go to staff first and get a staff report or a memorandum if that item for discussion. Sorry, my question was whether it would apply over $30,000. I mean, it's a motion of council, right?
Councillor McCann?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I can't find you. Where are you? Just so we're talking the same language, Mayor Lee, if you don't mind, all I'm asking for is that if council puts an item discussion forward, that Ms. Cook has a deadline of, Ms. Cook, could you maybe let me know what your deadline is for general committee to have an item of discussion?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to Councillor McCann. It's Tuesday at 10 a.m.
Tuesday at 10 a.m. So to have an item discussion put forth the general committee, you'd have to have it in by Tuesday at 10 a.m. Unless obviously it's a state of emergency and budget.
Was that the question, Mayor Lehman?
No, I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding the motion. So I'm reading this. It says that a staff report or memorandum be required prior to the presentation of or adoption of any amendment or motion that would require funding in excess of $30,000. So as written, during debate tonight, for example, there were amendments introduced to the Waterfront motion. And if one of those cost more than $30,000, it would have had to have a staff report or a memorandum prepared to either, I guess, to support it or at least to provide the implications of it. The same, I assume, would go for any new project, which a member of council brought forward as an item for discussion, because that's a motion that would require funding in excess of $30,000. So I guess maybe I'm looking for clarity from the mover as to, if members of council, as has happened with a number of projects this year, new ideas that members of council brought forward as items for discussion with the expenditure associated with them. Do they need, is the expectation that a member of council would go to, I guess, the CAO and say, look, I want to bring this forward. It's going to cost $50,000. Can I get a staff report or a memo on it?
I think Councillor McCann asked that question. Maybe it was while your
battery was off.
Okay,
maybe I missed it while I was off. Sorry.
And the answer was yes.
Okay, so I guess my question, Deputy Mayor Ward, would be to Mr. Prowse. Just as a sort of workable method here, if the intent then is over the course of the remaining term of council, that a member who wishes to bring forward something that's going to cost more than $30,000, what would you like to see, or how would you see that working? I mean, I'm going to make something up here. Deputy Mayor Ward, sees an urgent traffic concern in his ward and wants to bring forward a $40,000 traffic calming initiative. He brings it to you, you assign it to staff, and it comes to council when staff are done with the memo or the motion.
CAO Prowse.
Through Deputy Mayor Ward to Mayor Lehman, I think the logistics of it would have to be worked out, Mayor Lehman, as we proceed through this. I see the intention was to provide council with both advance notice and a little bit of background on what the item was. I see it probably being more often than not a memo and not a full staff report. Both require some work, and the content and the context would probably be limited to about a couple of paragraphs to provide council with a little bit of more information than just a 1 or 2 line that might appear in an item for discussion. But because we haven't done this before, I may not have it fully formed.
Thanks. And I guess that was my comment on the motion, Deputy Mayor Ward. I think, you know, I actually am very supportive of the idea of this because I generally think that, you know, anything we come up with as members of council should be vetted with conversation, at the very least with staff, and then the results of that conversation. What this motion basically does is, instead of us just checking in with staff, as all of us do when we want to bring something forward, it actually requires that to be reported out to council, which is probably a very good idea. I would probably want to remove the word staff report. And the reason for that is staff reports typically have a 6 to 8 week pipeline, and they're prioritized based on the business of the corporation that has already been prioritized by council. And I guess my fear would be requiring a staff report for an amendment or a motion could slow things down by 2 to 3 months. It will just add that much timeline to getting something brought to council. So that it's sort of the same concern as I had around the state of emergency. Now, a memo, not to speak for staff, but you know, a memo can get thrown on in an afternoon because there's less of an approval process. Doesn't have to go to EMT to be vetted and so forth. It's information being reported out to council. So I'm kind of speaking for the CIO here, and I shouldn't. So I guess I'll ask the question and then maybe move an amendment, Deputy Mayor Ward. But Mr. Prose, I mean, you just said I think you'd see most of these being memos. And I guess my question would be, is that going to reduce the burden on staff by requiring it just to be a memo rather than bringing up a full staff report every time?
CIO Prose.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to Mayor Lehman. I think if the understanding from council is that staff are going to prepare a brief memo to support the request without doing exhaustive research at that point. Certainly if council wanted more research done, they could refer it back for a full staff report. But if the expectation is to get a couple of paragraphs of content and context, I think that that's something that we could streamline and move through the system fairly quickly.
Lehman.
Okay, I'll cede the floor, Deputy Mayor Ward. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thompson's next, and then Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I believe that the motion in front of us, I don't think we're capturing the intent of Councillor McCann. I think it's more to set a time frame for preparedness. It's moving amendments. You know, we've had a couple come on the floor in big dollar amounts. I don't think it's about an item for discussion and stuff. So I actually have an amendment I've sent to the clerk that refer this back to general committee so it can capture exactly what the intent is with all the issues of budget and where we can have a wholesome discussion and not only talk ones.
Okay, so you need a seconder for it, even a reference motion. A seconder, I'll see Councillor Kungle, and that's non-debatable. So any comments of, any questions of procedure?
Just repeat what we're voting on, Deputy Mayor Ward.
To refer this back to general committee. We're in council now, so referring it back to general committee. I assume at the next available meeting. We'll leave that up to the clerk's office as to what the agenda is like, I guess.
I'm sorry, point of order.
Sure.
This is an amendment being proposed to a section of the general committee report. I'm not sure how it gets referred back without referring everything back.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Clerk, yes.
Sorry, not hearing.
Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Ward. That's my point of order as a member of council.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, or sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to members of council, a suggestion is to, for Councillor McCann, maybe to withdraw this amendment tonight and put it on as an item for discussion at the next general committee meeting. Then that way it doesn't impact the main motion. And the intent is if we're going to refer it to general committee, we can just withdraw it tonight and put it on the next week's general committee agenda.
What do you think of that excellent idea, Councillor McCann?
Well,
I remove my referral motion.
Well, I just since it's 11:30, can I get an extension past 10 o'clock tomorrow? I will send you a quick email, and I think I actually like to tidy up the verbiage here and make it maybe a little clearer and maybe less complicated. So I will, if you give me a little lenience tomorrow, I'll send you and Michael an email, and maybe you can put it in for next week's general committee if you don't mind, Wendy Cook.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I will withdraw my
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So it's withdrawn. I think that means I'm not in the chair anymore as well. This is withdrawn.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Great job,
Okay,
especially
I'll turn it
considering
back to you.
my battery died in there. So awesome work,
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Ward. That's withdrawn. We are on Section D as amended several times. Are there any further questions or comments? Okay, the only comment I wanted to make is to again congratulate our staff up and down the organization for how they handled the public treasury during 2020. That year began with predictions of enormous deficits. Those deficits came down, and I want to recognize the assistance of the Trudeau government and the Ford government, because both the federal and provincial governments contributed to the Safe Restart funding agreement, which helped us with our COVID costs as they helped every municipality with COVID costs. But unlike many, our municipality took out some costs, and that had a very real human impact. I don't want to for a moment minimize the fact that there were people who were laid off or furloughed from their positions, and that is never a happy thing. But it was necessary at the time, and even as late as the end of the year, we were seeing deficit situations. But the year has ended on a strong note, and it is allowing us to be in a better fiscal position than we feared we would be, and that is through the solid management of our staff, our senior staff. So thank you very much, CAO Prowse and Mr. Miller. And with that, I'll call the question on Section D as amended. Those in favor? Any opposed? None. That carries. Okay, Section E, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section E of the General Committee report dated March 29, 2021 is circulated be adopted.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section E of the General Committee report dated March 29th as circulated be adopted. This with regards to refreshment vehicles at Eastview Park/Arena. Councillor Riepma, I believe you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have an amendment moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that motion 21G-078 of Section E of the General Committee report dated March the 29th, 2021 concerning the refreshment vehicles Eastview Park Arena be deleted and replaced with the following: that notwithstanding bylaw 2019-059 Parks Use Bylaw that prohibits the sale of goods and products in a public park, a refreshment vehicle be permitted to locate within Eastview Park, Eastview Arena, and Lampman Lane Park Community Center until November 30, 2021. And I'm happy to discuss that.
Okay, thank you very much. It's moved by Councillor Riepma, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that motion 21G-78 of Section E of the General Committee report regarding refreshment vehicles at Eastview Park and Arena be deleted and replaced with the following: that notwithstanding bylaw 2019-59 Parks Use Bylaw that prohibits the sale of goods and products in a public park, a refreshment vehicle be permitted to locate within Eastview Park, Eastview Arena, and Lampman Lane Park/Community Center until November 30th, 2021. Councillor Riepma, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 weeks ago, we had a motion that dealt only with Eastview, and Councillor Thompson had some concerns about it and wanted to have it referred to General Committee. We, in the meantime, in the 2 weeks, we've had some discussions. Both myself and Councillor Thompson, together with staff, and we've tried to work out something that works for everyone, and this is the result. And it would permit a refreshment vehicle at Eastview Park and at Lampman Lane Park as kind of a pilot for this summer until November the 30th.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Riepma. Any others wish to comment on this one? Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Couple things. I'm in favor of it. I'll be voting in favor of it. Like I said at the last meeting, Councillor Riepma, my apologies. I just misread it. It was 11 something. I literally took the monorail off the tracks of something that would have gone quickly. So I apologize. That wasn't my intent. However, to make lemonade out of lemons, this now means that we have a better motion now because we're adding Lampman Lane and bringing joy and sunshine to the good people of Letitia Heights. So again, my apologies on that. And I'm glad that you and Councillor Thompson were able to work on this. If it works effectively at these locations, I can expect it being possibly sourced and applied to other locations in Barrie.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Anyone else wish to comment on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Anybody opposed? None. That carries unanimously, and I'm certainly in favor of that one too. Section E as amended, members of council. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. Those in favor of Section E as amended? Nobody opposed. That carries. Thank you. Section F, please, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section F of the General Committee Report dated March 29, 2021 is circulated to be adopted.
Okay, it's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section F of the General Committee Report dated March 29th is circulated to be adopted with regards to the Audrey Milligan Pond amenities. Comments or questions on Section G? Seeing none, those in favor,
I think
please indicate.
Section E, wasn't it? Section E, is that what you said?
I've got F.
Or F, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Section F. Sorry, I may have misspoken. It is Section F we're on, and it is with regards to Milligan's Pond. Those in favor, yes. Any opposed? One. Okay, that carries. Section G.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section G of the General Committee Report dated March 29, 2021 is circulated to be adopted.
It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section G of the General Committee Report dated March 29th, 2021 is circulated to be adopted. This is with regards to investigating lowering speed limits across the city of Barrie. Councillor Thompson, can I see you indicate?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just a point of clarity. We were unable to discuss this at the last meeting. It was deferred. So by voting yes, is that to continue the deferral to the next general committee?
Yes.
So
we're actually
sorry.
We're just approving talking about it next week because we didn't get to it last week.
Perfect.
So,
Okay.
But thank you very much for raising that, Rob, because I wouldn't want people out there to go away from this thinking we just passed it. It is to approve the motion from last week, which was to kick it forward 2 weeks because we didn't have time. Any further comments or questions? Nope. I'll call the question. Those in favor of talking about it next week? Any opposed? None. That carries. Next, we have section, sorry, no, that completes that epic General Committee report. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. But I think you have the first direct motion as well. So
I do.
We'll go right back to you.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Harris, Jim Harris. Support for the Redwood Park Communities application to the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation National Housing Strategy. The correspondence be prepared and provided to the Redwood Park communities in support of their application to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation National Housing Strategy that addresses urgent housing needs of vulnerable Canadians.
Okay, we have a direct motion. It is printed on the agenda, moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Jim Harris, that correspondence be prepared and provided to Redwood Park communities in support of their application to the CMHC National Housing Strategy that addresses the urgent housing needs of vulnerable Canadians. Deputy Mayor Ward, did you want to speak to it at all?
I cannot speak to it because I'm not sure. I know Redwood Park has 3 applications. 2 are in my ward and 1 is in Councillor Harris's ward. So I'm assuming this is Councillor Harris's ward because he was asked to second it, but staff would know which one of these applications it is.
I'm aware that the request came from them because they are applying to additional grant programs for the same projects that we've previously provided support for.
All 3 of them, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Madam Clerk, anything to add on that?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Deputy Mayor Ward. Yes, they were unsuccessful in the grant application we provided them approval for earlier this year. So they've asked that we support the request for their new grant applications.
Sir, can I just ask, were all three unsuccessful? Because they hadn't heard the last I heard.
Yeah, we haven't heard yet on the big one.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, the other two, one was funded by Ontario and the other one was denied. It's turned down. Councillor Thompson.
Actually, the clerk kind of asked my question through you, Mayor Lehman, to, I guess I can't ask Deputy Mayor Ward because he was asked to do it through staff, but if maybe somebody can answer. I noticed that we're spending most of our support is for one organization, and I really don't know how grant money works and stuff, but I think this council has made it very clear this is something we support and we need. Are we maybe jeopardizing our community that's in need of this by always supporting the same? Like, if they constantly keep applying and they're unsuccessful, I know that they have been successful in the past, but the one time with Lucy's Place, you know, maybe Mayor Lehman, this is something that your task force could do, is maybe find a way to attract other providers just to give us the greatest opportunity at landing some of this grant funding. And that's just my concern. I don't know if it's something in the organization or just funding. I have no real understanding. I've never really written a grant or seeked provincial or federal money. So I was just wondering if I could get maybe just a little bit of clarification.
Sure.
On that. But I do support.
Yeah, for sure. And just so it's really clear, it's nothing in the application or the organization that was an issue. The Rapid Housing Initiative was 7 times oversubscribed. So the federal government committed $1 billion. They got almost $7 billion worth of applications. So only 1 in 7 projects were approved. You know, it's budget in about 10 days, federal budget, and hopefully there will be more Rapid Housing Initiative funding in there. Because as we understand it, they're maintaining all the projects on the list, and if there is additional funding, then there may be a new round of grants, including Barrie projects. But to your point, thank goodness for Redwood, because they're the only ones trying to get this done, and that's no hit on any of the other organizations in our community. They partner with most of the other ones who have some piece in it. Salvation Army, they're partnered with on Lillian Crescent. Busby, they partnered with on Lucy's Place, and Empower Simcoe, they're proposing to partner with on one of the new supportive housing projects. So I think the reason their name keeps coming up is because they keep leading applications, and nobody else is doing that at the moment in Barrie. I would say our chances of getting grant funding would be strengthened if we had more applications. I don't think it's anything to do with the organization, but rather the fact that we only have a few applications that come forward every time, and it's almost always led by this organization. So I would think adding more would be great, and that is something the task force will be talking about. Okay. I don't think I had anybody else who indicated they wanted to speak to this. And if not, then I will simply call the question. Those in favor of the direct motion? Is anyone opposed? None? That carries. The other direct motion is from Councillor Gary Harvey. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Natalie Harris. This is in relation to residents of Barrie supporting local restaurants for parking tickets, that for the period between April 14th, 2021 to May 14th, 2021, Barrie residents who receive a parking ticket will have the ability to have the ticket canceled if they provide proof of purchase, for example, a receipt from a Barrie restaurant in the amount equal to or greater than the set fine within 5 days after receiving the ticket.
Thank you. It is moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Natalie Harris, that for the period between April 14th, 2021 to May 14th, 2021, Barrie residents who receive a parking ticket will have the ability to have the ticket canceled if they provide proof of purchase from a Barrie restaurant in an amount equal to or greater than the set fine within 5 days after receiving the ticket. Councillor Harvey, did you care to speak to that?
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. It's a pretty self-explanatory motion. I'm going to be open and honest, and I'm not going to take credit for this one. I actually, just after our last council meeting, a friend of mine who happens to live in Ward 6 reached out to me. This person's not in the restaurant or hospitality industry, just a concerned resident that brought this idea forward. It's a different spin of what other municipalities have done in the past. Other municipalities during the Christmas holidays have done a similar thing. However, instead of doing it for restaurants, you would have to donate a toy to the municipality of the value of the parking ticket or greater. And it's been done several times by other municipalities. I've seen some reports that indicate on occasions it's been around $5,000 over a 5 to 6 week period, and the most successful being about $20,000. So it's just one more step, a little piece that we can help inject some additional funds into our restaurant industry, especially now that we're into another lockdown. And that's why I've asked for this to run for a period of 4 weeks. So that way it coincides with the 4 week stay-at-home order that we're currently in.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Harvey. I saw Councillor Morales and then Deputy Mayor Ward.
Okay. To that mysterious Ward 6 resident, in my opinion, this is probably the most effective, simple, and direct idea I have seen in 6 years of council. And it's just incredible. When Councillor Harvey, when I saw this printed, not only is it important, it's not just a sign of solidarity. One of the things that we have been really concerned in hearing from the downtown BI has been hearing, I've been hearing basically all around the world, if anybody's been just reading about the ripple effects of COVID, is the mindset of changing consumer behavior, right? A lot of people would have never ordered food and left it on the, they're going to leave it on the porch. Lots of things have changed, and we're not necessarily going to go back to the old consumers. Retailers are concerned, online e-commerce, etc. So the fact that, again, a mysterious Ward 6 resident through Ward 7 brought forward, or were able to hopefully ratify this idea where we, people who get a ticket are going to maybe say, you know what, I've always meant to visit that restaurant or that business, and I want this piece of paper to go away. Because as somebody said, it's not the cost of the parking, it's the cost of the ticket. Now they finally have a way of getting, of mitigating that. Is extremely important. I'm hearing from merchants and restaurants that they are concerned that in a post-COVID world, people might not go back to dining out and spending the money or being in the store as much in the same propensity as they did pre-COVID. And I think, Councillor Harvey, that this motion really, really helps. Consumer behavior is very tricky. It's usually hard to address. And I didn't want to let this go forward and just say, yes, I'm supportive, without emphasizing how incredible this idea could be. And if we can somehow kind of gauge on how effective it is with Ms. Banting and seeing how many people take up on this offer, we can possibly reverse engineer this idea and see how we can apply it with other consumer behavior. Because if that's something government can do, that's a big, big win. So I'll be supportive, of course.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I don't have a problem with the idea. I just want to check to make sure that the provincial court office is open. I know, for example, City Hall, you can only do it by appointment. I wasn't quite sure. Can people go into the provincial court to pay a ticket right now? Just in other words, to show the receipt to somebody? I wasn't quite sure technically how this was going to happen during the COVID lockdown.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward. Currently, when we cancel tickets for folks with their residence parking pass, waterfront parking passes, we get them to email them to the email to enforcement services, and with a scanned copy of their ticket and a piece of their identification showing that they're a Barrie resident, and then that's how we cancel the ticket. So we would undertake the same process, except this time we would want them to send a copy of the receipt to show that they've spent the money at a Barrie restaurant, as well as that it's within 5 days of the ticket, and to, so that's how we would accept them.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Anyone else wish to comment on the direct motion? Seeing none, I'll just, Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Actually, Mayor Lehman, just in light of time, I'll be supportive. I'll save my comments.
All right. I was just going to say, I think it's a fantastic idea, and I'm going to support it. So I'll call the question. Those in favor of the direct motion? Anybody opposed? None. That carries. So if you get a parking ticket, folks, save the receipt from dinner. Okay, that completes the direct motions. It brings us to inquiries of staff. Deputy Mayor Ward, do you have any inquiries of staff?
No.
Members of council, any inquiries of staff? Seeing none. Announcements. Deputy Mayor Ward, any announcements?
No.
Members of council? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I do have two announcements. So the first is a great virtual event that's coming up this Thursday, April 15th. And it's an event put on by some fantastic organizations in Ward 2. So the McLaren Arts Center, the Barrie Public Library, Shack's World, and the Barrie Native Friendship Center are holding an event, and it is a zombie apocalypse event. And all youth are welcome Thursday, April 15th, 5:30 p.m. And they can register on the Barrie Public Library's website. The second announcement I have is about public engagement sessions regarding the supervised consumption site proposed locations that the health unit and the CMHA are undertaking currently. So community members who live, who own or operate a business or work nearby one of the locations that are under consideration are invited to participate in a virtual neighborhood consultation session to give feedback on the proposed locations. And those proposed locations are 110 Dunlop Street West, Unit 4, 11 Sophia Street West, 19 Innisfil Street, 192 Bradford Street. And so for more information about these sessions, they're coming up in the next week. They can go to smdhu.org/SCS. So that's smdhu.org/SCS.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Councillor McCann, did I see you?
Real briefly, my Love Barrie contest sheet still sitting on my kitchen island, but I think I'll present that maybe when we're not close to 12 midnight.
Yeah, we are coming up. I think we've got that at council in another week or two. Councillor Kungle, go ahead.
Very quickly, in Ward 3, if you're living on Hamner and received information around providing feedback to a road diet that includes bike lanes, please do get that information. And the deadline for any comments is on the 16th, so this week. Please do copy me if you're sending it by email if you like. And then finally, a quick call out just to make sure people are aware for the town hall for wards 3, 4, and 5 on April 28th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. with Mayor Lehman. And I believe representatives of Barrie Police will be joining us. You do need to register in advance. It's free, but do find the link either through contacting one of us or through the City of Barrie Facebook page so you get your Zoom link. So just a couple of key reminders.
Thank you so much. Any other announcements, members of council? Okay, I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. I want to proclaim the month of April 2021 as Parkinson's Awareness Month to raise awareness of Parkinson's disease and ways to live well through research, advocacy, and support. And it is Dig Safe Month to raise awareness of the importance of proper excavation practices in the City of Barrie. The virtual ceremony for the Mayor's Innovation Awards will be on April 14th. We had to record this as a virtual awards ceremony. But some incredible stories from the business community this year. Major manufacturers, community organizations, arts organizations, small businesses, tech companies who have pivoted in COVID. And we are celebrating that innovation this year through the Innovation Awards on April 14th at 2 p.m. on the city's YouTube and Facebook channels. Street sweeping will start very shortly. In fact, it started already and will be completed over the coming weeks. Dunlop Streetscape project finishing touches and repair work starts April 5th. As it turns out, we get to work during a lockdown period again. Who knew we'd get to do that again. But hopefully that work will be mostly completed as the stay-at-home order comes off next month. The city is offering 2-hour free parking in the Chase McEachern Way and Maple Avenue parking lots from April 5th until June 30th. Our CIP opened for 2021 applications on February 15th. That closes May 15th. So if you are interested in applying for a CIP grant, you need to do it before the 15th of May. We are currently in a shutdown zone for COVID restrictions. I think we all know what that means on an individual level. In terms of city services, it means pretty much everything is closed. Only available for pre-booked or in-person appointments at City Hall. You must email or call in advance. Can't just come into the building. The rec facilities are obviously closed to the public. The landfill does remain open with reduced capacity. We do recommend you wear a mask when you're there, just due to the interaction with other people. And the Barrie Public Library is closed for in-person visits, but express pickup of materials can continue, basically curbside, in addition to online programs and coaching sessions, and of course, all of their online programming. Bylaws, with 4 minutes to go. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills. These bills be read a first, second, and third time to stay and finally pass. Bills 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills, and these bills be read a first, second, and third time to stay and finally pass. Bill 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Comments or questions? Seeing none. Those in favor? Anybody opposed? None. That carries.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 37, confirmation bylaw.
It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 37. Comments or questions? Seeing none. Those in favor? Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Just before I get a motion to adjourn, I want to say thank you to all the staff on this call who continue to stay up until 1 in the morning, because there's cleanup after these meetings, supporting the lengthy meetings of council. I know it's a very long day on Mondays. Thank you all. Thank you all online. With that, can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Jim Harris, seconded by Councillor Harvey. We're adjourned. See you next week for General Committee. Tomorrow night for City Building. Good night.
Okay, thank you.